My shoes don't even tie. They're not supposed to tie. Yeah.
I don't know. Hello. Hello, my people. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? It's taking a little while. I know. Yo, what's good? Michael Arks, Gerald. You got Esteban. I don't see Twitch in here. Unless Twitch has been talking. Twitch ain't been talking. Yo, what's good? Triboli. Jax Vix. What it do? Yo, Lux, you got thread 3? Feeling so hurt? Well, yeah, I'm not gonna summon for the threads until a while. Because the threads is really just like throwing extra money. I got 2 weeks. Well, that's like $40. Let me see. The problem is that, okay, so like if I look at these threads, thread 3, I have none of these characters, and then this thread, I don't have either of these two. But I'm really not asking for either of these two right now. Like, you know, I have them on CN, but like I'm not just like begging for Medicine Pocket and Babel. The only character out of this I really want is either A Knight or Voyager. Like, I'm not really checking for many of these people. I already got everybody here. Base number 6 will be future characters at the next patch. 1.4? Yeah, it'll be 37 and 6. Yes. That is correct. 1.4 is probably the patch most people are going for. I should move my camera right here. But 1.4 is the patch that most people are going for. Because it has just a little bit more like wanted characters for people. Even though a lot of people are gonna still go for Black Dwarf and like Shemaine, like for design wise and like their, you know, husband to waifu, right? Well, yeah, Triboli, like I would be mad if I got one, and then like that's 40 summons. That's like, I'm not gonna grind out 40 summons. Like that's $100, and I'm not gonna throw $100 into this banner. So I don't know how I feel like personally about it. Cause like, I mean, I got Jessica. I felt good about that. So, you know what I'm saying, bro? I'm not trying to throw that money at it. Definitely what I'm definitely not saving for Golden Thread. And I know some people are like, yo, bro, like I got it in the first 10 pool. It's not gonna happen for me like that. I just know it. It's not gonna happen for me. I'm gonna have to throw so much into it.
In the days when the sun warmly slants on me,
so a lot of people are gonna ask
until my fur was
me
nicely dried under the sun.
This question. So let's just go ahead and get it out the way. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and record this, right? So let's talk about it. 1.6 has a beast and a mineral character. Has a mineral DPS Nianzi, right? 6-star mineral. She's gonna be limited. She fine. Great model, great design, and a very interesting kit, right? Cycles around her, literally getting drunk. So it's kind of amazing. And then she can do like a follow-up attack and everything. But I think the thing that a lot more people are interested in is the ultimate, right? The ultimate gives her the ability to do a mass attack that, as there are less enemies, it does more damage to allow her to compete with single target mineral characters, Black Dwarf, right? And then you get penetration rate out of it, which is really good, right? And she's limited, right? So like in her kit, it's all attack, right? She has a single target. She has this this skill too is actually something new. It's a chant, right? And she basically takes damage, and then she can do a follow-up and everything with it, and allows her to hit pretty decently hard, right? And she is reality damage, which I will say, with her being reality damage, that is pretty nice, because people have already invested into like Bjorn Blooms, and then the character that's coming right after her, Getien, is also a reality damage buffer as well. But either way, people already have their Bjorn Blooms, whereas like Black Dwarf being mental, a lot of people are like, mental doesn't really have like a lot of characters to go with them, right? Like, it's not as easy, right? And like Black Dwarf is being used with Pickles, so like a lot of, like, if you didn't get Pickles, then you're probably like, I probably won't get Black Dwarf, or people are skipping on Black Dwarf, that way they can guarantee themselves a 1.4, and then they're like, oh, I'm gonna save all the way to 1.6. So here's the thing though, as Innocent on Twitch reminded me, there is a raid boss in 1.4. The Marsh creation boss is a beast boss that is mineral advantage in there. I completely forgot about that boss. So that boss has come up one time in 1.4 and is going to come back again in 1.6. Yeah. So the big question is, what does Nianzi have over Black Dwarf to make you want to decide between the two, right? For one, we know that, so let's look at Black Dwarf, right? So we have no idea what, we're talking all P0, by the way, guys. I don't want to compare characters when it comes to portraits, because like then things get a little crazy. But so for one, Black Dwarf is a character that if you're on global, you can get like in the second half of 1.3. And she's a single target mental damage character. So Pickles is a great character that works with her, because Pickles is more AP friendly, and Black Dwarf is a character that wants to spam her abilities to get her stacks up and to be able to spam her ult. She has a pretty hard-hitting single target ult. They will give you skill power, and then with the Insight 3, you can do a follow-up attack with it. So don't sleep on Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf, in terms of single target damage, will most likely still out damage Nianzi, right? That's just what it is. Like, being that Black Dwarf can scale with luxurious leisure, and wants to spam her ult, she's gonna hit really hard. And then being able to follow up a skill based off of how many planets you consume, and if you're doing your planet consumption right, you can get a level 2 or a level 3 skill right after your ult, which is gonna be crazy, right? It's really good damage. And the character, you can put crit on her or you cannot. She already comes with a little bit of crit rate in our Insight 2, and then she can give herself leech rate and penetration rate, so she can give herself sustain or extra damage on just like everything, right? Not just the ultimate, like Nianzi. She can put that on everything, right? And you can cycle that however you want. So that's what's going for her, right? She can kind of heal herself a little bit, give herself some extra damage, do some follow-up attack off of the ult. It's really nice, right? But
97,
but
98, 99,
let's think of it like this. Unfortunately, and I think this is the case not because of Black Dwarf, but her placement and where 1.6 is. Unfortunately, Black Dwarf is in a weird spot, being that she's in an odd patch, and most people skip odd patches. She's coming right after some really strong characters in 1.2, and she's coming right before some real strong characters in 1.4, right? 37 and 6 are really strong characters as well, whereas 1.3 are characters where it's like, I could use this character instead of these, right? Shemaine and Black Dwarf are really, really good, but like I said, like, because the community was so focused on 1.2, most people can't afford to do 1.3, and then there's 6, which is 1.4, so people are like, well, 1.3 is going to be a skip patch. But in terms of power, right, like, if you could pick between the two, without knowing damage numbers and stuff like that, but it's going off of Nianzi's kit, she has more flexibility on the ult, being that it does more damage when there's less targets, which is really nice. But single target characters will still, I am really positive, I don't know the percentage, 70-80% positive that Black Dwarf single target wise can put out more damage. But here's the thing, right? How, like, raids isn't all the content in the game, but like there's other things like limbo and stuff like that, to where a mass attack ult will still be really, really beneficial. And Nianzi's kit is pretty AP friendly for the fact that she does a chant, the single target attack, so you're just wanting to build Moxy on her, and then you can just ult, right? And she's reality. She's a reality damage character. Like, let's just be honest, reality damage is eaten right now, right? There's not too many mental damage characters that are just going crazy, right? The only one is like Melania, but Melania, people are treating her like a reality because they're building her with crit anyways, and they're just ult spamming. Like, Melania is just a really good character. So so that's that. Like, because 1.6 is an even patch. Most people are going to grab the characters they want on 1.4 and skip 1.5 and then go for 1.6, right? Like, that's just kind of what's gonna happen, just naturally, unfortunately. So like I said, I think Nianzi, what she has is the fact that she's 6 months out. Like, she's 6 months out, and if people already have an eternity, then they're like, I'm rocking eternity. If people are like, I already got my Soneto, I'll just rock my Soneto until the end of time for the next 6 months, right? Like, I really see people coping with that. Someone might even pick up Horopedia and just be like, yo, bro, we're just gonna rock what we got until the character. And then, like, the last, like, sprinkle on the top with Nianzi that she has over Black Dwarf is that she's limited. Black Dwarf gets added to the standard banner in 1.6. So the thing is that you could really have some huge copium and just be like, well, I'm just gonna pull in 1.6 and hope I get Shemaine and Black Dwarf, since I'm really looking at that. Like that is the largest amount of copium that you want to inhale. But that is something you could do. You could just be like, I'm just gonna summon at 1.6 anyway, skip 1.3, and then I'll be fine. I could totally see a lot of people thinking that way, but you know, that's just me. Let me see what y'all are saying. Is Eternity getting replaced with this new character? Eternity is a standard banner character, so like, I'll talk about that in a minute, actually. Felix, what are your thoughts on the 70% banner? We're getting 1.6. I feel like completely changes things as people can see up 1.3 and pull 1.2 characters as well. Oh yeah, I was just kind of talking about that. Yeah. 1.1.3 and 1.5 are not as universal as even patch ones. Yeah. It was good, Thematic.
97, 98.
I'm one of them. I keep using eternity to 1.6.
100.
Yeah. And save clear drops.
I'm coming for you.
Another problem with BD is that the content so far doesn't even need her to ease out. Yeah. Well, before I get into this, because y'all haven't really said too much. So let's talk about the Sandbird characters. So like, if y'all have played Gacha for a while, let me end the recording. So if y'all have played Gacha for a while, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this, and you can feel free to disagree, but this is a truth. The characters that the game starts with are typically going to be like overpowered. Like they're gonna be replaced by somebody else. Like the characters that the game starts with are not necessarily always going to be the best option. Like, because you started with them, you generally don't have to spend any money for them. They're just easy, right? Especially like, you know, the ones that are on the beginner banner. Like, it's not expected that they stay strong. Now, what a really good game can do though, right? What a really good game can do is not make the new characters so crazy that it's like there's no reason to use these characters, that they're still really strong picks, especially if you put investment into them, and then they allow those characters to work with other characters that are in the game, right? For instance, Regulus is a character that came out in the beginning, that there is star characters that are better than Regulus, right? That have come out. And there are other characters better than Regulus. But Regulus is a character that, if you've invested into her, she goes well with crit. And as they keep releasing more crit characters and more star characters, Regulus can hang, right? Same thing as Lilia, right? Lilia is able to hang. She's not super flexible, but Lilia is able to hang. Centurion, they literally put out now Getian. They have Desert Flannel. They got Shemaine. All these characters in the B side of things that can make Centurion really work. And especially because when they put out Spadadia, Burn sucks. So like Centurion is still really good. Like I love Spadadia, but Burn is trash. So Centurion is still hanging, even though there are characters that can give you bigger screenshot numbers, right? And there's Melania, who's really nice on the mental damage side of things. You have Ann Lee. The thing with Ann Lee is she's universal. But there's they're releasing more and more and more supports where you have like options like 6. You have like, there's just a lot more options in where Ann Lee is, where she's really good if you don't have anybody else, and she's really, really solid, right? But like, they're gonna sooner or later saturate supports to where it's like, you're just gonna be building your team like more specialized, especially with like people like Getian coming out, and then Flannel and Shemaine. You have like Druvis. Druvis could literally get replaced by the next mental damage plant. Well, in a way, like Druvis and kind of Jessica, as soon as they release a plant character that doesn't have to go off of petrification or poison or anything like that, then people are gonna like that character more. But they're both still really solid because they haven't released any characters in plant yet. Eternity is a character where she's really solid, but unfortunately with Eternity, she's a little weird. Like, she's always good in mineral content, but the mineral content hasn't been crazy though. Like, that's the thing, is like, that's why to like what Tin Lee said with Black Dwarf, like, mineral content's always been like, I'll just use my neutral element or whatever, because like it's never been crazy. It's never been like a super mineral focused like moments where it's like, bro, you gotta have this Afflatus bonus, versus like the stages that want plant, stages that want star, or even beast. Like, and sometimes minerals kind of being slept on right now. And a lot of people are like, you know, like, well, Eternity, bro, she sucks. No, Eternity has done everything she needs to do for people on global. And I think that's the problem with Black Dwarf, is that a lot of people, like the people who have Eternity, literally wouldn't replace their Eternity until something like a limited mineral character in 1.6 comes out that's like months away, and they're like, oh, okay, well then now I can use somebody else. But like Eternity's just been so solid for people. Like she's the case where it's like you could definitely do content without her, but when you have her, you're like, oh, I'm so grateful. And then the problem with, like Cindy said, with Black Dwarf is by the time you get to her, you've already, because like Limbo and stuff has been mineral and you've gotten used to not using a mineral, then you're like, I can skip on this mineral until I get a limited mineral character. When's 1.6 coming? It's like in 2 weeks or something like that. Do we really have 54 on YouTube? I don't have it pulled up. I feel like they probably came off of Jocka's stream. Yo, what's good, TG? Be corn work really well together if you need plant damage. Well, yeah, that too. You can use Regulus as a main TPS until you get 37. Yeah, absolutely. Eternity for me is the best 6-star for early game until you have a full team. Yeah. Eternity does get the job done. I'll try 30 pulls on Black Dwarf. If I don't get it, I'll move on. The question is, Black Dwarf P0 worth? Or Black Dwarf does Black Dwarf is probably one of the better characters at P0, because like all P1 does is add an extra planet. It doesn't actually add nothing crazy. Like, think of it this way, like P1 gives you an extra planet, so you'll get an extra 6% penetration rate or an extra 6% leech rate. And like the only other way to like really increase your damage is if you try to maximize the planets. But in most cases, because of the way the cards work, you won't like really even be able to like maximize like P1s, where it's like you could just do P0. If you're gonna do anything on Black Dwarf, you're either gonna do P2 or P5 if you're really gonna get portraits, and none of those are really needed, because P2 will at least give you 3 stacks of the skill power to be able to do that. But like, don't even bother with P1. Either P2 or P5. You don't need the P1. I trust me, you don't need the P1. Yo, it's good, Zerato. I mean, if you just want to throw P1 at her for the 4 planets, it's fine, but yeah. It's really great that rerolling an Iron 9 benefits so many people. Since your characters get carried by later characters. Yeah. Not really. Like, this is what it, like... Okay, so the way her kit works, right, is you cycle the planets. So you get 6% penetration rate for the extra planet, or you get 6% leech rate, because you're already sitting at 18. The way that the ult works is that it's capped at 3, right? So you're gonna always do, it's always gonna take a level 3 incantation. The most that's gonna happen for you when you ult with the first planet, I mean with the first portrait, is that you'll have 24% penetration rate versus 18 when you're attacking if you're min-maxing, right? I personally don't think 6% extra penetration rate, or trying to do a weird split of 12% leech rate and 12% penetration rate, is worth the amount of summons, right? Like, because that's all you're getting. It's just the extra planet stack, and it's just giving you the extra that extra percent, 6%. It's not worth the amount of summons it would take to portray it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just think, just like, because not everybody gets lucky, and those odds of getting that P1 is just like not wild. Like, it's just not good enough. Yo, it's good, Curie Socks. Is Twitch just not showing up? I don't think Twitch is showing up on my screen. Oh, I gotta see if my stuff is working. Okay, there we go. I'll just have y'all pulled up on 2 screens.
100. I'm coming for you.
Okay, someone told me P1 originally. I'm cool with just going P0 because I want her. And to P5, the jungle waifu. She gets legit. She should be. Yeah, nah, guys, trust me. If like, I know I'm not the only creator, and I know that there's people in Discord who are the smartest people ever. But like, I will absolutely tell you like if someone's telling you about a portrait and if it's cap or not, because like it's not worth the summons for 1 extra planet. It's not. If you're gonna do it, P2, but it's not worth the summons, bro. I will always try to help you save your summons. So like, what is your verdict on the burn mechanics and the 3-man versus 4-man content now 1.5 is about to end? Okay. So burn works really well. Burn works really well in a raid. And when there's Utu cards that benefits it. The problem with burn, bro. The big problem with burn is you have to do the weirdest rotations to get it to work for Spathia. For Ulu, for Ulu to give the 30% buff, she as long as there's 3 enemies, she can get the 15 easy, right? As long as there's 3 enemies. So like burn really, like Ulu works really well when there's multiple enemies. Anytime it goes down, she's kind of useless in my eyes. I'd rather just use somebody else. And the thing with Spathia, you want, it's kind of like what I was saying about Jessica in a way, where it kind of sucks to go for a character that you can't utilize the character's full potential, especially because like you need another character, right? Like it doesn't feel good summoning for a character and you're like, everybody who got this other healer character can maximize their damage on theirs, but because I chose not to, I can't. But here's the difference between Jessica and Spathia though. Jessica is in an element that literally has nobody else. Spathia is in Beast, where there are now lots of Beast options, right? And there's literally Centurion, who needs no conditions. So that's a kind of negative on Spathia. But here's the problem: to get to 15 stacks, you have to, if you don't have Ulu, right? Let's say you don't get Ulu, you have to pre-burn the enemy. And so I don't have it pulled up. But you have to pre-burn the enemy, meaning that you have to kind of waste more like AP on the character instead of like setting up yourself, right? Because Spathia is a setup character. She wants to buff and then attack, but to be able to get the burn up to 15 stacks, with only having 3 AP, because you're talking about 3 versus 4, with only 3 AP, now you have to buff and then attack and then ult to be able to have 15 stacks, because you want to crit, because on the I3, if you crit, you add 4 extra burn stacks. So you want to crit every time. And then And then the problem with doing a buff attack, like if the problem with doing a buff and then an attack is you will get the burn, but then now you lose the buff to be able to give yourself the extra crit rate to be able to guarantee the crit on the ult. Y'all have seen me miss my crit on the ult. I have so much crit rate on my Spathadia, and if I'm not buffed, it's like I will literally miss like just everything because of crit resistance and stuff like that, right? And before you say, oh well, Tooth Fairy solves that, Spathadia, my I have P2 on Spathadia. It gives her 50% crit rate whenever she attacks a burning enemy. With having Ulu on the field, every enemy is burned, so that's 50% crit rate right off the bat, right? That's not counting the 40% that I have on the character, and then whenever I'm using at least the level 1 of the buff, it's another 30%. So like she's always over 100%. So like the crit resistance on some of these enemies is kind of ridiculous. And she's a character where like her skill gets 70% extra crit damage, and her ult, well, because I have her P2, P3, every skill gets a crazy amount of crit damage, right? At P0, she gets 40% crit damage when you ult, and 40 or 30% crit damage on the skill. So you want her to crit, and when you don't crit, you're missing out on so much damage because her kit is revolved around that. And you have to get those stacks. So you have to burn so much AP just to apply burn to the enemy. And then that's just applying burn to one enemy. So like now every time you attack an enemy, you have to do all of this ridiculous setup just to do it for not having Ulu. With having Ulu, the problem with Spathadia and Ulu together, especially if you're doing 3-man content, is that you will never see the buff from Ulu if you're doing everything properly with your characters. Because like Ulu has to use so much AP, like, you know, because you're trying to ult with her and her skills don't hit that hard, but you have to use the first like 2 rounds of AP in a 3-man content to try to get her up to 5 Moxy. But then you also have to make sure that you're buffing with Spathadia. And then when you buff the Spathadia, you want to make sure that you have a card that you can merge. So you want to make sure that your deck is set up. That way you can merge all your cards to set everything up. But then like, if you're going to buff with Ulu, right, for the 40%, you want to make sure you also have AP for Spathadia to be able to ult, because then you can utilize it. Because like, you know, I mean, the ult with with Ulu is 3 turns. But you want to make sure that you're at least close to getting the 5 Moxy that you need on Spathadia. And then like it's just like by that time you've wasted like so many turns just to try to get the buff to line up with Ulu, and then to make sure you can maximize the damage to Spathadia. And then as soon as you kill one of those enemies, that takes away the burn that you have on Ulu to guarantee that she has 15 stacks over the course of the field to be able to maximize her buff. Where I have her at P5, it'll be a 40% damage dealt buff. And then, still with that, you would still have to pre-burn the enemy to be able to get up to 15 stacks of burn. But remember this, you have to pre-burn the enemy to get up to 15 stacks, and then try to ult in the same turn and hope that you hit the ult, with hoping that the enemy doesn't have a ridiculous amount of crit defense to be able to maximize the damage on the ult. Otherwise, like for me, I'm missing, if I don't attack an enemy with 15 stacks of burn, I'm missing out on 70% crit damage. For you guys at P0, you're missing out on 40% crit damage. That's a lot of crit damage to just miss because you can't apply the buff long enough. So like in short fights, and fights that end in like, if a fight is like something less than 10 turns, it's almost just not even worth it, man, because like it takes you like half of those turns to actually do it. Like, and that's the problem. Is she hits really hard. But to like the thing is that I could easily do all of this and still hit a 40-50k ult because where I have her and how much crit damage and like I have her Psychube maxed out and have all this stuff like that. I could still do a 40-50k ult. But the thing that bothers me is I can't maximize that damage and do like a 60-70k ult because I'm trying to apply burn. And if you're a casual player, everything that I just said, just fucking forget it. Like just use somebody else. It's way too much to try to do it. Just use somebody else. Just use somebody else. I love the character. Does she deserve to be A tier and everything? Like, yes. In the if you give her the perfect setting, in the perfect situation, she's an amazing character. But to maximize her, things have to be set up a certain way. And that's why I kind of hate the number crunchers, because not every fight goes that way. Different enemies have different things that go on. And that's where like the number crunching and like setting things up as like a simulated battle is kind of stupid, because like literally as you kill enemies, the Spathia and Ulu team starts to fall apart because now you have to reset burn on that enemy to try to get it. And you have to do all of that setup all over again, where you're taking like 2 turns or stuff to try to maximize the burn on an enemy, 2 to 3 turns to do that. But yeah. Anyways, I know I went on a very long rant. It's just because it's one of the frustrations. I don't even need to pull up CN, but I'm glad I have it pulled up. But it's just one of my many frustrations. Oh, I'm maxed out. That I have with burn, because like you can't pre-burn the enemy and then ult next turn, because half the burn stacks are gonna fall off. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. I literally can't like just do buff and then ult next turn if I'm trying to maximize the damage. You can't, unless you're just trying to set up the enemy with like, 40 stacks of burn. But by that time you've killed them. To even like be able to get yourself up to 30 stacks of burn with Spathia, you've killed what you're attacking usually. Like, unless you're doing a raid boss. My man was preaching. Bro, it's so frustrating. I wish someone at Blue Puck was listening to what I was saying, because it's just not like good. Burn is just so bad. I love the characters. I love the thought of burn, but half of the stacks falling off when you need the characters to have a ridiculously high amount of stacks is wild, bro. It's wild. What was I doing? I need to clear these. I'll just farm for mineral stuff, I guess. Okay. Bro needs to have a PhD in strategy to maximize her damage. Yo, for real, bro. Curie. I'm trying to read through what everyone's saying. Curie, yes, odd patches right now, the trend is they're skippable. That's kind of the trend, because they put out crazy characters in even patches, and if you're free to play, you're gonna skip the patch and get everything. So verdict, no, Spav didn't power creep Centurion YouTubers. Yeah, no, Spathia did not power creep anybody. Lucky Lux, when I reduced enemy defense, I was 15 and got 15% of the damage output. Who asked the question that started this rant? Oh, yo, what's up, Alex? No, somebody was asking about Spathia, and then like I just kept talking, and I just started just thinking more and more of how annoyed I was with how they made burn. And like literally as soon as they make burn better, then like burn is like, you know, like, or just add another burn character, like that will help it, but it won't solve everything. 5 minutes to explain how bad it's just like, okay. It's just like this right here, right? So, let me go into the game so I can. How my Jessica pulls go? 1 to 50-50. I did like 56 pulls. Like about 56 pulls, yeah. And then we bounced. So let's go. Let's go in here, right? Bro, seeing is always loud. Okay. So if I'm doing something like, I don't even know what I can fight. Let's just do something simple. Let's do something simple like this, right? Stage 7. Let's say you're, let's say you're doing stage 7, right? A couple people struggled on this, right? And we have... This is a little bit good of a team. Alright, so let's say we have this, right? So I'm gonna try... Well, can't do that. So here's actually a problem with even these 3. If I want, like, even with these 3, there's a problem. To where, like, if I want to maximize using these 3, I have to use so much AP to do it. Oh my god, Ezra's little mushroom boy thing is adorable right here. My girlfriend would love that. Just a little guy. But anyways, right? So I have to stall this because I know that the boss is coming, right? So I have to like sit here and buff up, and then I'm gonna have to try to build Moxy with Ulu. Let me go ahead and merge. So now we've maxed out Ulu, but like we're not at the boss, and we still have to max out Flannel.
You got it. You want to do it the hard way? Charge you. Digital bodyguard.
But like for instance here, like I have Ulu's ult that I could, like, you know, knowing that I could kill this enemy right now, I could use these ults to buff myself up, right? The problem is that there's no way I'm gonna get 15 stacks, so like there's no point in like buffing anything. So like I just have to kind of sit here and wait, just like in a stage like this. There's times with using Spathia where like you're caught in an odd time because you're like, well, I don't have enough stacks to really do anything. And then if I attack this little guy with Spathia, then I lose these, like, the burn stacks I have here. But I'm gonna have to do it so I can just move on to the next stage, right? Best thing I could do is just at least utilize this, take this enemy out. Alright, so we're only 9 stacks here, so I can't even use Ulu's buff. But we're gonna go ahead and pre-buff. Next turn will be... Next turn we won't even be at 15 stacks. Actually, but we'll go ahead and just use Desert Flannels. Because Ulu only applies the debuff on one ability. I mean, burn on one ability, and she only adds like 1 or 2 stacks. And 1 or 2 stacks of burn is useless when it falls off the next turn, right? So they're gonna go up to 6 stack. They're gonna go up. How many stacks does she add? I think 3, and then they fall off. Yeah, so they're at 12 stacks now, right? So I still can't maximize Ulu's buff. And that's the thing, is like I'll be losing if I don't maximize this, then I'm losing 20% extra damage dealt. So like I have to, right? And then because I already buffed myself to plan for this, this ability is gonna fall off, so I'm forced to use it. Unless I want to lose a whole level 3 free ability, right? And if I kill one of these guys, then I ruin the total burn stacks that I would have for Ulu. So now I'm kind of forced to just go ahead and just ult with her and lose out on 20% damage dealt. But then also, I'm losing out on 70% extra burn damage on this stage because I have to get 15 stacks. And I could get 15 stacks on this enemy by attacking him, but I'm pretty sure I would kill him, is the problem, right? So let's see, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna kill him trying to get these 15 stacks on this one enemy. So it's like, why even worry about it when you give the character crazy incantation damage for the fact that on a level 3 ability, she can hit harder than most people's ults in single target. And I know, like, I'm complaining and, like, but this, like, it's not even the... And before anyone says, like, oh, well, bro, you have the portrait. All the portrait does on the skill is add, like, 30% crit damage. 30% crit damage, like, is huge, but it's not, like, that crazy. But, like, because I have an ult that can do either 70% crit damage or 140% crit damage, that's why I want to maximize the burn, but I literally can't. So, like, if the content is... I mean, simply, if the content isn't big health bars, then you just kill everything. And I can't maximize.
So much for warm-ups.
Just can't maximize. That's the problem.
Feel it. Feel the
Turn this into a video at this point? Yeah.
Witness my victory.
And you see, like... You see how dumb it is? Like, I ulted after having the 15% damage, and I only did 34,000. Whereas, like, the skill did 26. So it's like, just maximize the skill. Like, I'm not, like, I don't even want to worry about the ult if I could just do all of this with the skill. Because especially with Desert Flannel giving extra spell incantation, it's just better to just use the skill and just don't even worry about the ult.
Seeing stars. Told you I can handle any work.
Like I said, she do damage, she'll give you screenshot, but like, you just have to do so much setup. Yeah, it's a little too much. It's a little too much ramp up. I understand that most fights Spaz doesn't reach their full potential, but in that situation, how's your damage compared to Melania or Centurion? Well, when you compare the, okay, well, so like, I think my Melania is about on you. Yeah, she's close.
Wait. Give me 10 more minutes.
Actually, that's a good question. I don't even know if I have anybody to pair her with. I got pickles. Is your tooth fairy?
I'm here for a worn tooth.
Oh, I have her built. I have her built in crit, right?
Can I help you?
Yeah.
Sorry, your visit was not in my plans.
The puppy wishes to come
So,
along.
I guess the only thing with, like, Melania, if you were to compare Melania's, so if you've so without even doing this, I will say the difference for me, the reason why I do like Spathia is because whereas I can't maximize the and I'll explain this in a second, whereas where I can't maximize the ult with her, as you were saying, Muscle Queen, Spathadia's skills hit as hard as a Melania like ult, and that's kind of the like difference there.
No worries.
Handy.
And like, you know, Melania has to kind of build up her herself as well in a way to maximize everything, but you have to ult a million times. We're talking like P0, right?
Plan Handy.
But there's no setup required into using that ult. So like if I wanted, I could ult right now. Well, I would have been able to ult right now. No, I could still ult. Like I could ult right now, but then like I wouldn't be able to start the next stage with the damage. So I probably wouldn't. Let's go ahead and build some Moxy
with your
for the
decision.
homie. This should be enough. I didn't think he was gonna hit that hard.
3, 2, 1, down.
Relax.
The show's on, hounds.
Please, don't resist.
Time waits for no one, even for a great thing.
Yeah, so if I didn't do any of the setup for Spathia, I would have hit harder, right? If I just would have ignored the setup.
Plan
Please, don't resist.
Because even at P0, like, Spathia is going to hit harder than Melania. But Melania, see, the difference with Melania is I can now ult again, and I also control, I also have Moxy control.
Plan
Relax.
The show's on Plan
Thank you for your cooperation.
Time waits for no one, even for a great thing.
See, like, that's the...
Warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its maximum
That's the difference for me,
speed.
like... We're to go right back over. Wait, hold on. We go right back over, right? And then now I'm gonna... just try to finish the stage, like, as quick as possible. I probably wouldn't use Ulu. Well, no, because I want the 50% crit rate.
Good enough. Get it started.
Or 25 if you're P0. So if we're just going for just, like, clearing as fast as possible, right? See, I didn't even crit there, bro. Oh, that's so frustrating. God, that's so frustrating. Oh. I don't think some of y'all realize how much crit rate is on my Spathadia to not crit there. Like, oh, it's so frustrating. Like, Spathadia and I have been having some major beef because there's so much crit rate on these characters for them not to crit.
You want to do it the hard way?
It's wild.
Go! Poppy, run! Seeing stars.
But see, that's the thing. Like, you say use Tooth Fairy, but I'm already over capped 100%. And I can just use the level 2 skill and buff it. That's not the problem. It's just that it's just annoying because, like, if you're truly using Spathadia the right way, there's no reason to use Tooth Fairy at all. Because, like, this skill right here at level 2 gives me 45% crit rate. And you add that to the 50% crit rate that I'll be attacking the enemies. I'm already at 95% crit rate, and I have 40% crit rate on the character. I'll be at 130% crit rate. Like, there's no reason to use. I should have no reason to use Tooth Fairy if the character I'm at like 140% crit rate when attacking. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm using her that way, and if you have P0. Then you go from having 140 to having 115. So you're still over capped on crit rate. So, like, it's just more frustrating to where, like, yes, if I use Tooth Fairy, then it's like I have 130. But, like, having to use Tooth Fairy and then, like, as y'all saw all the setup, now I have to, in my head, put together, okay, so then now I have to use the baby teeth and do all of that if I'm at P0, right? It just adds more, like, just things to where it's like now you have to maximize the turn order that you're getting to get everything to work right, and also have the baby tooth because you can't save the baby tooth. The baby tooth just happens whenever you want it to. Just more like things.
So much for warm up. Come on, this is the one punch. Feel it. Feel the beating of your heart.
Like, I literally lost like 2 turns though because I didn't crit. But once I hit this enemy, I should like nuke him, right? Again, if you want like screenshot damage, like she can do that for you. I like that if I use the buff, I get a free card according to the number of the buff. Like, there's some really great things about her, but because I've used her a lot, I know the frustrations I have with the character. Gotta be able to call out the frustrations you have in your characters, even if you love them. Right? Like, 21k on an incantation, like, it's really good. Right? Really good. She does the damage.
Anyone feeling cold? That hurts, huh?
23k.
The field work went smooth. I look
Right?
forward to our next cooperation.
Hits hard.
In the days when
Wait, wrong account. And the thing is that, what really helps her is her, it's really weird, which is why, like, I don't know, but, so she gets 18% incantation bonus on her, Psychube. And then whenever you have at least 2 positive buffs on you, you'll get 8% extra damage dealt. And then every time that you use a buff incantation, you'll get 2.5% attack, maxing out at 5 stacks. So, like, even her Psychube has some ramp up to it, right? You want to use the buff 5 times before you get 12%, 12.5 extra attack, which the Psychube is really good. Don't get me wrong. The Psychube is amazing because literally for just using the character, you're giving yourself 12.5 extra attack. You're also getting 8% damage dealt, and then you're getting 18% incantation bonus, right? Oh, well, this is level 5, so I think it's like, dang it, I don't know what it's at 0. Okay, so at at level 1, it's kind of because it's only literally at level 1 it kind of sucks. You only get 4% extra attack at level 1, so not that great. That's why I increased it to where it's like you're probably better off just using I don't have it. Hopscotch or Thunderous Applause, right? Especially if you don't have burn. If you don't have burn on the enemy, I'd probably say just use Thunderous Applause and just go all in on the crit since you're a single target character anyways. I'd probably say just do that, or like, you know, Hopscotch. Yeah. Or if it's gonna be a short stage, use Hopscotch. Or like if there's a lot of enemies you have to take out and you can't build up your burn, probably Hopscotch would be better. That way your ults get stronger. You still have the incantation damage bonus, but I like this one still. It was good. Let me see. Y'all been typing so much. Let me see what y'all been saying. I gotta have my chat pulled up, bro. Where's my chat? Like, but clearly that isn't enough crit rate though. Well, like that's like what's so, but it's okay. So like what's funny, right, is that it's not enough crit rate. But then people will build, see, that's what's silly to me, because then people will build a Melania out in crit, and we'll have her at 46% crit rate, and then be like, I'm gonna put her with 2 fairies so she can hopefully crit. When it's like, why would you, if we're gonna apply the same logic that we're applying to Spathology to other characters, why would you build a character with 46% crit rate into crit? It makes no sense. Like when people are like, oh bro, my Centurions aren't hitting that, aren't hitting crits all the time. Well, yeah, they have nowhere close to the amount of crit rate that you would need to be considered a crit character. When a literal crit character can give herself a ridiculous amount of crit and still misses crit because of crit defense, right? So like those are the things I hear, like where people are like, I'm building a crit Jessica, or I'm gonna build a crit Charlie and stuff like that, when the crit is atrocious to even say that. So like that's what's kind of silly. Obi, I was thinking of using Psychube for Charlie because of the self buff she grants. I think I'll be going for 6. What do you think? Well, I mean, if you keep 2 buffs on the character at all times, you'll still have the incantation bonus, and you'll still have the 8% damage dealt. Yes, you just won't get the attack. Is Blasphemer still best in slot for Jessica? If you can keep 2 negative statuses on the enemy, then it's that. If you can't do that, then just use something else, right? But yeah, if you can keep like 2 stacks of poison, or use another character's negative status, then yeah. Does Spathia convert crit damage? No, she does not. She does not convert crit damage. If she could convert, if she could convert crit rate into crit damage, she'd be broken. And the reason why she'd be broken is because she can infinitely stack her crit. Let me see. Maybe change Spathia to use crit rate. If you're overcapped on crit rate, then build more attack and create damage. Well, that's the thing. I want to build her because I have her resonate loadout, right? So I want to build her on my attack build, right? But then the thing is that I lose like 20% crit, and I already have a problem with not critting. So that doesn't really solve the issue because like I need her. So like the way, because I want to try to, when I use her, maximize her in every possible way. So if I just simply stop trying to maximize the ult and just go all in on incantation damage, then I would most likely have a better time, because like I'll just use Flannel, just get the incantation bonus from Flannel and the extra damage dealt that she gives me, and then just spam skills. And if I happen to have the ult, then I'll just do that, right? But I don't want to play her that way when I can give myself an ult that will deal, like I want to get the 15 stacks to have an ult that does 140% like extra crit damage. But obviously that's not the way that you should probably play the character. Just maximize your skills. Just use the buff. Try to merge the buff to be at least level 2 or level 3, right? When you play the character. That way, you are getting a free extra attack skill. And then with that free attack skill, you can merge that card and get like a level 3 card. And then you can hit literally probably just as hard, because you're looking at a 500% single target ability that gets a bunch of incantation bonuses, right? Your Psychube gives you 18%. So if you take that 500, well, I don't know how the math is, but if we were to just like, you know, take whatever damage you get from that and then add 18%, it's getting close to this 700% ult ability. And if I can't get 15 stacks, and I'm only getting 70% off of this, and then the levels 3 skill also gets 70%. So like, it's probably, yes, just better to just do nothing but incantations and then just ult if you have it. But, you know. Spathia is absolutely built for raids. She's absolutely built for raids. Why not, Lux? What were you talking about, Zerata? Sorry, I'm trying to read through everything. Chief, the real problem is Spathia is, why would I play this little ass girl when I could play with Centurion, a grown ass woman? Yeah, that's true. But all in all, though, like, I still like Spathia a lot. She hits really hard. But yeah, like, there's just issues. Can you try her with Melania Psychube? If I do Melania Psychube, and the content I'm supposed to use her in, I will lose out on a lot more damage, because you're gonna be like, for this is giving you ultimate versus incantation. The incantation bonus is just a lot better. Also, being able to get % attack on a crit character is gonna be a lot better. Getting percent attack and then also having 8% damage dealt is just going to be a lot better for you. Yeah. So, like, even if I maximize this, I know I get 20% damage dealt, but the ult, you're not wanting to... If I could... I'll tell you this. If I could maximize the 15%... if I could maximize the 15 stacks on the ult, then I would probably use LL. But since I can't, I don't see a reason when I can just maximize the damage on my incantations. Right? Like, it's easier to just maximize incantation damage than it is to maximize ult. If I have to do a ridiculous amount of setup for the ult, right? If we're talking about, like, just trying to get as much damage out as possible, it just takes too much. It takes way too much to maximize this ult. And if I could maximize the ult easier, then I would probably use LL, get the 18% extra ult damage, and then take the extra damage that I get from the incantation here, and then do it that way. But you just can't. I thought building burn stacks was easy after I3. Buff adds 9 burns, hits add 6, so that's 15 and 2 moves. Third move ult and win. Here's the problem with that. You have to crit it. I've literally done that before. Because when you use the buff to apply the stacks, then now you lose out on all the crit rate that the buff gives you. And you have to hope and pray that your ult will hit. Right? So like if you're dealing with only 3 AP to do buff, attack, then ult, you're losing out on however much crit rate this is giving you for whichever version. So it's 35, 45, 75. And like most times, I literally have to buff before I ult if I want to guarantee that it hits. It was good, Matt Goldsmith. That's the problem. So it is easy to build burn stacks, but you honestly want to buff before you hit. Like with everything. Goldsmith save for 1.6. Some pretty good stuff coming out there. Esto, can I get her from the shop? Wait, get who from the shop? Oh yeah, I saw her in the shop. Yeah. Sorry, I was waiting for Brian. Where'd he go? But yeah. And how do I like the 1.6 animations? I'm hearing a lot of talk that a lot of people aren't really satisfied with the ult animations, but I think they put a lot more time. I think for sure they put a lot more time into the new skin animations, and then they like made the portrait animation for Nianzi, which was pretty cool. I liked it. But like, so to like kind of put some, it's like in a perfect situation raid, right? Do I have it set up already? Okay, here we go. What was funny is that Med Pocket with 27% crit rate was critting actually a lot more. That was kind of the meme too.
Fair game.
But in a raid situation is what I was gonna say. It's a lot easier to maximize the ult because I can buff, attack, get 15 stacks, and then buff and then ult, right? Like it's a lot easier with 4 AP. I just don't think the character, like, I think the character is definitely a lot better if you maximize, on, incantation, and then probably try not to do as much setup and just passively just do, everything you can. But with Flannel here, we're going to go ahead and be able to ult with her next turn because Flannel is amazing. And we're going to go ahead and pre-buff up with Spathia. And then hit this.
Ready? It's called employee insurance. Like a light axe.
This raid is made for Spathia because it allows you to set up. Like what, like that's what's really crazy, is that so like Melania and Centurion versus Spathia in this, right? Like with Melania and Centurion, they could the thing is, once you get to the 4th bar, Spathia can do like 100k ult because of the boss's like mechanic and clear a whole bar. Melania and Centurion probably couldn't clear, like, do 100k on an ult. And so then you would take more damage, or you would have to make sure that your supports have, like, the damage for you. Do you need burn for Spathia to work? Burn gives you a lot of crit rate. If you ignore the ult, burn at P0 gives you 25% crit rate, which is just literally free stats, right? But anyways,
Puppy, give me a hand. Nice practice. Down to the pixel.
all right, let's go ahead and ult, get the buff. We should be able to... We just lowered our crit rate, though, for the extra attack. Yeah. We got that. So this is attack build, Spath. There we go, we're gonna go ahead and buff.
Go. You got it. Ready? A blade. Charge you. The wheel of fate.
In all honesty, like, if I ignore trying to have the burn stacks, I could easily, like, drop Ulu for, like, Bjorn Bloom and probably be happy, but because Ulu gives me, you know, burn passively, I really don't want to do that. You know? Alright, so I'm already buffed up. I'm gonna go ahead and try to kill him.
Sterilized.
That's right. You want to do
Hopefully I can take him out with just this.
Oh, hi.
theme sauce?
Yeah. See what I mean? Like, she gets, like, because of Flannel, she's getting an insane amount of incantation bonus. No, she does help the damage, but like I'm saying, like, if I'm, if I crit with Spathia, I do everything I need to do. Like that's really all it comes down to is like just make sure it's just make sure I crit with Spath. That's all I really care about.
Wear gloves.
Go! Ready? Nice passing.
Oh, hi.
Yeah!
Yeah, but Medicine Pocket helps me out here because like if I know I'm gonna crit, then like Medicine Pocket's buff is fine to do in a raid situation. It does depend on Spath to do damage. Like you gotta have a okay. So now we have a lot going on here. CB debuff. We hit the buff here. Can I hit? Let me see. 6 stacks plus 11. All right. So let's see if we can do what Brian was talking about. So what Brian was talking about is applying the burn and doing everything in one turn. So with this adding the 6, when I crit, I should add 6 to the 11, and then the passive gives me 4, so I should be at 15. But let's see if the ult will crit without having the buff.
Feel it! Feel the beating of
We have to see if the ult's gonna crit without having the buff. If it does, then we're good. Oh my god, I did so much damage. We did. So, there we go. That was like 100. That was like almost 200k in one turn. But you see, like, you can get nervous. Like, she can do it. She can do the damage. Like, don't be mistaken. She can do damage. She just has to make sure she do damage.
You got it. Ablaze. The shower of sparks.
Ooh, did I not take him out? Oh, I did the wrong attack. Well, I mean, even if you're saying it's a Flatus counter, okay.
Let's take time together.
Nice passing. You got it. You want to do it the hard way? Go! Anyone feeling cold? Ha! It's called employee insurance. Ablaze.
She got sealed. That's right, with this boss, whoever hits gets sealed. Completely forgot about that.
Puppy, give me a hand. Ready? That's right. Dance in the pixel world. Yeah. Time to go all out.
Wear gloves.
Time to
out of here.
That hurts, huh?
Didn't crit. Oh, it's so frustrating.
Go! You got it. Nice tactic. Come on, this is the one. Fireworks! Poppy, run! Like the lighthouse. Cheer and witness my victory!
42. No, it's like it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating her crit rate, bro. Like, she's the only character. She's literally the only character where I'm like, do you really have as much crit rate as you say? Like, I truly feel that way, where it's like, bro, they must not be telling me something, because like, I'm like, bro, when I do the math, like
Seeing stars.
there's no way you don't have the crit rate that you say you have. Alright, let's merge stuff.
You want to do it the hard way?
Let's heal everybody.
Wear gloves.
The wheel of fate.
No, that's not, guys, that's not what I'm saying.
Losing my patience.
Like, Flannel has crit every single time she's attacked, and she has less crit rate than Spathia. Like, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, there's, like, and we're still on, I didn't crit at C rank. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're at C rank. Yo, what's good, Drew? Oh, we chilling, bro. Like, that's what I'm talking about, is like not critting on these super low ranks.
So much for warm up. That's right. Nice tactic. Dance in the pixel world. Feel it. Feel the feeling.
Like, the very first attack I did at C rank, I missed the crit. Like, that is frustrating.
That hurts, huh?
And that was with the level 2 buff.
That's right.
Sterilize.
You want to do it the hard way? Come on, this is the one punch. And you
Nah, bro, she can't be, she doesn't need to be shy at all. She needs to fix that.
digital bodyguard.
She needs to fix that, bro. But she getting her weight up, right? We're at 58k on the ult. Like, we're hitting. You know what I'm saying? Like, for
You
instance,
got it. Go.
I hope to God I'm wrong,
Ready?
but I bet Medicine Pocket
Ready.
is gonna crit here. Look at this, bro. Desert Flannel hasn't missed a single crit. Please don't crit, Medicine Pocket. Okay, she missed it. Okay, thank God. I took Thunderous off of her and gave it to Flannel. Because it's Flannel? Don't say she's critting just because she's Flannel. That's not a good enough answer.
Nice tactic. Go. You want to do it the hard
Wear
way?
gloves.
Yeah.
A crit overflow bug?
I'm losing my patience.
You know, that would make me feel a lot better. If that's what was going on. Is there's a bug with crit that just overflows and it doesn't convert over. That would make me feel a lot better. personally. If it was something like that.
Sterilize.
That's right. Time to go all out.
I would want to believe that.
Anyone feeling cold?
God, I'm so debuffed. Bro, Flannel is crit every... Okay, well. I can't really do this without 6 here, but anyways, Spaz still do damage. Boss, it's so stupidly hard, bro. Flappy the Series 6-star. Yeah, that's what's crazy is that, like, yeah, like, Flannel... I mean, don't get me wrong. With... Oh, God. Don't get me wrong. Flannel has a high amount of crit. She's sitting at... basically 60% crit. With Thunderous on, right? And then her skills give her an extra 35%. So she's sitting at 95% crit rate. Right? 95% crit rate, and she crits literally every time. Whereas Spadadia will be overcapped. And she doesn't. So, like I said, telling me that there's a bug with characters that go over their crit feels a lot better. Or maybe it's not counting it somehow. That feels a lot better. It's gotta be. Like, because I'm gonna count it out for you. Okay, so we're gonna put it back here because I was missing crits on this build here. So we have 38% crit, right? So remember that 38% crit, just like on the character herself. Insight 1, whenever I'm attacking a burning enemy, I get 50% crit. So that's 88% crit rate. Just right there, right? So Insight 1 and this. So obviously the Insight's probably bugged or something, but like that's 88% crit. The buff, each time you use a buff, you're gonna get 2 stacks of this, and it's gonna give you 15% crit rate per stack, right? So you get 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 5 stacks. So that's 30% crit rate, 45% crit rate, and 75% crit rate, right? Just using the level 1 buff is 30%. If I'm sitting at 88% crit rate, 30% is gonna put me at 118% crit rate. Just like, and that's not doing anything special, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just using a skill. I'm at 118% crit rate. Yeah, but I'm not P0. That's even more frustrating, is that I'm not P0. So, so we're at 118% without doing anything. With being at 118%, the enemies would have to... For like hear me out, because like I hear what all of you are saying. I really do. But like a lot of people are like, bro, you don't understand crit resist on enemies and blah 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 blah. Bro, there is no character hardly in this game that can just get that much crit rate like for free without even having to like try, right? Like Spathia gets a ridiculous amount of crit rate. For her to miss is wild, right? Like I know Shemaine P5, that's 100% crit rate on his. And then if you build out a lot of crit rate on Regulus and you use a Tooth Fairy, she can crit and everything like that. And then like with Lilia, with using the Psychube and maxing out like that. But like the character gets 118% for just using one ability, bro. It's a ridiculous amount. Yes. Thank you, Mustard Queen. There are characters that should literally never crit. If you're trying to tell me these enemies have crit resist and 118 isn't good enough. Like, thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Mathematically, there are characters that shouldn't crit a day in their life, bro. Like, there are characters that should never crit. And, like, and that's what would make... And that's why... And to be honest, that's why I was never crazy about Tooth Fairy, especially once I got Spathia. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. If I have to use a Tooth Fairy to try to line up her baby tooth to give me 15% and that all of a sudden is gonna make me crit, then there's something wrong with crit. Like, you know what I'm saying? There has to be something wrong with Spathia. If by herself, I can give myself 118%, but then all of a sudden, like, now I have to get a Tooth Fairy to make it happen. Like, I need to be, like, if this is gonna happen, then please, Blue Pock, allow me to see how much crit resist is on the enemies in a numerical, like, I want them to lay it out plainly how much crit resist is on enemies, so that I know. Instead of having to do this math and do all this, just tell me plainly. That way I can be like, oh, okay, so I'm at 118%, lower it. I don't want to have to like dig and research and test. Just tell me plainly, because like there's like no reason for this, bro. Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, no, yeah, Spathia makes you have to calculate so much just to do her kit. Yeah, and then like Drew is saying, Med Pocket crits like a crazy amount of times, bro. And then what's frustrating is that like it's not, the game's not even like Epic 7, where if you crit an element that you're strong against, you get like the extra crit rate, right? Like you don't even get that, so you just be missing, bro. Like, let me see. Let me see. I want to test something. I've never beaten this. Oh, I guess I don't have plant characters. That's why. We're gonna do it on 5. Let's select. We're gonna throw these characters into the gauntlet. All right, Flannel.
Checking. You'll pay me 5 Sharpadontes per hour, right?
Let's see something with you.
Good enough. Get it started.
That was an amazing merge, by the way.
Puppy, give me a hand in the pixel world.
I don't have a reason to build Sotheby. I don't have Jessica, so like there's really no reason.
Oh, you'll like it.
All right, we're gonna do the counter.
It's called employee insurance.
Crit. Crit. Crit.
Oh, you'll like it.
That's 3. That's 4.
You want to do it the hard way? Ha!
Oh, look at that. She actually missed one. That's wild.
want to do it the hard way? You got it. Puppy, run!
Crit. Alright, so she's missed. She's missed 1 out of 6 crits.
Oh, you'll like it. Try, baby.
Crit.
Oh, you'll like it. Digital bodyguard.
Crit.
You got it. Hit.
Crit.
You want to do it the hard way? Puppy, run, run!
Another crit. Crit.
You got it. Ha! Told you I can handle any work.
Like, she missed 1 crit, bro. Says Shiro. So just to make a guess, but maybe ensure crit rate doesn't go over 127. Since if there's an overflow, it might be right above that value. Yeah. So what you're saying is that I should delete my Lilia. Desert Flannel is broken. It's so satisfying to see every hit is a crit. Yeah. Like, people didn't start calling her Jessica until the name change for global. Yeah. Well, what's funny is, like, on a lot of CN stuff, you still see Changeling, because, like, CN calls characters, like, different, so. I just said localization to just make it easy. Like, I think just CN just says something different. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing, and this is with her, Psychube. Let's see. We're gonna have to make this. Alright, so that's 45%. Well, I guess it's technically not fair. Because it's technically not fair. Because let me see, I'm sitting at 40%. Puts me at like 85 to buff. So it's technically not the same. I'm like off by like 10 or 15%. So we'll have to see.
Feeling cold? That's right. That hurts, huh?
God, Spathia is such a not solo character. She can barely get past the first round if I have to, like, if I'm trying to maximize it. I can't even do anything. Is that the ult? And I'm not gonna hit it. Oh my god, hold on, I got a phone call. Okay, so Spathia can, I mean, Spathia is a damn, but like she can barely solo stuff. But oh, there's a new banner. Oh, I forgot they threw it in here. Now, well, so here's the, so like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right? I'm missing a character off of all of these banners, right? Like, right? Like, I'm missing a character off of all these banners. I'm missing Druvis, I'm missing Centurion and Eternity, and I'm missing Voyager, Regulus, and A Knight, right? So some people are like, yo, Lux, bro, that's a win. Here's the problem. Here's the big problem.
Silence.
I got Babel twice off of losing a 50-50. I got Med Pocket off to, from losing a 50-50. I got all of these four from losing a 50-50. So, like, I pull on this account. I am not a free-to-play. I also got... Oh, yeah, there's Anna Lee. So I got all those characters from losing 50-50. So, like, to throw 40 summons to get one of these characters is one thing. And then, like, let's all be honest, right? Like, I don't really need Druvis. I don't need Druvis bad enough to put $100 into her. I don't need Centurion or Eternity bad enough to put $100 because I have the newer versions of them. I don't need Regulus bad enough. I really want a Knight. Like, I really want a Knight. But he's the only character I want out of all of these because I don't have a spirit character and I have Balance Please, and I could, like, you know, I could use them with Balance Please. But the chances are too small. So that's why, like, that's a no. Paul, you will get Knight? I won't. I won't, though. You know why? You know why I won't? Because I pulled on a banner that had a similar odds. I pulled on a banner that had a rate up on Anan Lee, Voyager, A Knight, and Melania. And I got Anan Lee. So I lost on that. And, like, it's literally with most of the same characters. And it's similar odds. Like, nah, bro. Because you know what's going to happen? Yeah, but Jockeson is blessed by Blue Pocket. Like, Jockeson and I are not the same, bro. He's popular, man. He knows somebody over there, bro. I'm not... Like, I already tested my luck. I already tested my luck. Like, I showed y'all how hard it was to pull a Desert Flannel, and I did a double 6-star pull. Like, bro, and I won my 50-50. Like, I'm not trying to test my luck, bro. Like I told y'all, I have to keep everything within a good space. I have P5 Ulu also. But I did hear that easy is 33% of your life. Nah, bro. I'll see. I have 2 weeks. You know what I'll do? This banner has 13 days. This banner has 11. Let me pull for the new character first. Right? Like, let me pull for the new one first. Because, like, do y'all want to see a knight that bad? Yo, Simply Josh, yo, congrats on that. Do y'all really want to see a knight that bad? Or do you want to see Nianzi, bro? You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, let's get the new character. Like, let's get the, like, let's focus on getting the new character is what I'm gonna say, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't y'all want to see the waifu over, like, some hands with a sword? You want to see both? Know what I'm saying, bro? Because they did a, Tooth Fairy banner to sell the skin, I'm pretty sure they're gonna do an A-Knight banner. Now, if they do an A-Knight banner, I'm gonna pull on it. I'm gonna pull on it if they do an A-Knight banner. Absolutely. He's the only standard character banner that I will pull on my scenic. I have not pulled on any standard banner character banner, but I will pull for it because I just picked up Balance Please. So, yeah. Handed Sword sounds good to me. Why do I want a knight? Great character. Just casually offering a knight while pulling for her? I can't, bro. I think, actually, where am I at? I'm 5 away. Jesus, bro. I didn't realize I'm 5 away from another character. Did I lose the 50-50? Oh, I lost it to Pickles. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That was for... That was something else. Come on, translation. Who is this? Who is this? Well, I guess I could just... Okay. This is... That was on Tooth Fairy banner. Remember these symbols. Is there a bunch of... Okay, remember this middle symbol. Okay, so then... Okay, so this is the second time I've seen this, so this has to be Ezra. Okay, so that's Ezra. Okay, so... That means it's not guaranteed. So I could lose this 50-50. Because this is the last one. Okay. So I have 5 pulls to find out if I can get her or not. That's Ezra? Yeah. No, I'll tell you why, okay? I got these 4 characters. I tell this story a lot. I got these 4 characters literally in a week while pulling for Tooth Fairy and Ezra. So, bro, even when you spend money, there is a limit to how much resources you get. I I 3'd Ezra, Babel, 6, Black Dwarf, Tooth Fairy, Ulu, and Flannel. And then also built up Medicine Pocket, all within like 1.5. Oh, and built up Spathadia, all within 1.5. Like, bro, I 3'd 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I 3'd 8 characters, all in 1.5 so far. And then built up Medicine Pocket and now, so 9. I built up 9 characters. Getting these 4 extra, like, is great, but bro, there's like just no way. Like, there's just no way to build up like 80 characters. I have, like, bro, my shop is cleared out, dog. Like, there is nothing left to get. Pawn shop is cleared out, bro. There's nothing left to get. Oh, well, I wanted Spathadia because I wanted to get her attack like high. Just to have like the bigger screenshot. But like, yeah, everybody else, as you can see, is like lower level. Ezra, the reason why I'm building him up is because I'm testing something. I want to see how much health I can get on the character. I want to see if I can get up to, you know, just a higher number. So I've been working on him too. Like, he's, I know like the community hates Ezra, but I love Ezra, so I'm gonna build Ezra up. Yeah. But nah, bro, like, on CN, like, they just be, like, it's not uncommon to have their characters, like, level like that. So, I think this is Wilderness. Oh, I just removed him. No! I hit the wrong button. Is it this? Okay, there we go. So, like, most of them have their characters, like, maxed out. Like, this guy has all the characters in the game. Don't tell him. I don't know who he is, but don't tell him I accidentally removed him. Oh, but like this, they have like this character's like leveled up. Okay, this guy's trolling, but he almost has every character in the game. Level 16. Level 16. Okay, that guy's trolling. See, like, it's wild that you put Tooth Fairy at level 60, maybe for the health. But you got, you know, they did the 30 here. But putting Tooth Fairy at 60 is wild. See, now it's kind of evened out. Yeah, you see? $74, the highest I've seen? Yeah. Yeah. Because it... Yeah. I think this is my friend here. Yeah. My friend list is full of whales? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Need a Guild and Guild War update ASAP? Bro, I have nothing but whales. Oh. Did I just get that?
Greetings. Today your shirt matches the color of your
Yeah, Saiyan server is like... Saiyan server is, oh, yo. If Ezra had better portraits, I would use the few summons here and get a copy. But his portraits aren't great. They're cool, but they're not great. It's like all story, Lewis. It's all story. It's like a extension like of the story after the events. What was this stage? Oh my god. To be fair, he's a shielder with ridiculous Genesis crit damage. Oh yeah, he is. Oh, I can't beat this stage. I'll do this in a bit. But yeah, so let's show off some yo, Lewis, thank you for the follow. I didn't hear the notification. Thank you for the follow. So let's look at Urza. This is really the best I can do on these raids. I'm 170 off on both of these. I mean, it's fine. Wait, why is this on him? Oh. Okay. Alright, so we got the team right here, bro. Although I kind of want to remove 6 and put Lilia. Let's get some Lilia gaming out here. I'm gonna take off 6. I'm gonna take off 6. Put Lilia. I know, because I'm not really trying to complete it. So,
No,
she's only I2. It would be impossible for me to I3 her. Even if like, what's crazy is like, even if I refreshed 8 times with 800 stam, I couldn't I3 her. I've been farming it, but like, yeah, I've been farming for her, but like, it's impossible. Hello, bro. I had a happy uncle moment earlier this week. Your youngest niece called you to come back to play with him. But she's, yo, bro, it's amazing. I'm not an uncle yet, but I'm a dad, and when my daughter wants to play with me or just says like cute things, it is nice. But anyways, let's see. Let's do the team. What are we gonna give Tooth Fairy? Ooh, I could give her... I would love to give her this. Maybe I can give this to Lilia one day. If I don't want to give her Thunderous. Just for the crit rate. Because doesn't this give... Okay, the translations is not working today. Come on, BlueStacks. No, that's not. Okay, so that's not for Lilia. It gives damage bonus, and if they're under a negative status, 28% crit damage. It's not it. What am I gonna give her? I need to get, which one gives her the most? This one gives her the most health. I'm just gonna give her this one because it'll give her the most health.
Please stand behind me. Leave it to
Alright,
me.
let's get the
My
shrooms.
Even if it could be found, I will help you. Please cease resistance. Insect and evolve.
You know what's crazy?
Time to check my calculation.
You know what's really crazy? Ezra and Tooth Fairy, Ezra and 37 have nowhere near as much crit rate as Spathadia, and I feel like they crit almost all the time. Like, I'm kind of back on that. Like, I feel like they crit all the time. So, like, I wonder if the Genesis crit ignores crit defense as well.
A perfect argument.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
All right, Sandra, you have a good one.
I smelled a scent of moonflower.
Are you a rational member?
Don't blink.
Relax. The final demonstration.
No one.
The final demonstration.
Time.
World of numbers.
I don't know. I don't know where Genesis is in the game. I know it says it ignores defense, but yeah, I don't know if it specifically says like all defense. That's what I'm not sure about. Oh, I did that. No, but I'm talking about the crit. Because Ezra and 37 can crit their Genesis damage, and I feel like they crit it pretty consistently. So I'm wondering is how their crit is calculated, essentially.
Relax.
Whatever. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Perfect argument.
Swallow my exhaust.
No, she's not I3 yet, bro. 26k though.
Don't blink.
She is still I2 level 50 R9.
Oh, get above all.
I needed to check at P0 by the DA, and she only gets 25 with passive. Well, yeah, I know she gets 25, but I don't have a P0 Spathadia. That's what, maybe I wasn't being clear. That's what was making it so frustrating, was because my Spathadia isn't P0, and she still Vesica crits, right? Like, that is frustrating.
It could be found. Even that. Please, take good care of yourself.
Well, she's only I2, like 50. But also remember, this boss has hella defenses too. So even like Charlie and other characters will eventually fall off, like once we get up to A rank. Whereas characters like 37 and Ezra will like rise up.
Relax. Lighter. It could be found.
Time.
Breathe.
Power from the soil. Are you a rational member?
Don't blink.
Ah, we didn't crit there.
The final demonstration.
Wanna watch the time?
Even that. Welcome to the world of numbers.
Don't blink.
Ooh.
No worries. Relax.
Whatever. Сколько побед?
It could be found.
Let's go ahead and get the heal. There we go.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Swallow my exhaust.
40% extra crit damage. Yeah, the boss is getting tanky now. Yeah, the boss is getting tanky. This is where that Jin. No. Voyager's Jin damage can't crit.
Leave it to me. I'm here with everyone.
Okay, there we go.
Leave it to me. I'm here with everyone.
No worries. Relax.
Alright, let's clear
Wait a
off.
second. An amazing discovery.
Is where'd you get power cut by newer supports? Well, like,
Smell the scent of winter.
no, it's just that, like, the way the game is, they're, at least the way I feel, they're starting to move us onto having, like, more or less, I guess, oh, that's scary. They're wanting, I feel like they're moving us into having more, like, specific teams. Like, they're moving, like, content to have, like, beast teams, and then reality damage teams, and mental damage teams, and they're really, like, splitting it off that way, because, like, they put out, like, a character that's like, oh, if you have more beast, then it does this, and then they put a new character that's like, oh, if you have more reality damage characters, you have this. So, like, I feel like maybe for the next year of R99, right, they're probably gonna start having more, like, beast, like, flavored things, or, like, mineral, like, certain things, like, from characters themselves, because, like, it's really interesting from what I've seen on these new characters kits. Let's refresh this.
Relax. We need some peaceful moments.
It could be found.
But to answer your question on Voyager, Voyager is still really good, like, as a support. She's more of a safe character, and I think she has a way better presence for sure in, like, raids and stuff. Like, because, like, she adds, like, the sturdiness and still can, like, do the confusion and stuff like that, and has the counter. And then, like, with her Genesis damage, she's really helpful in this raid as well. Ugh. Alright. Let's go ahead and heal. Let's do the ults. Let's do some of that. And
Wanna
let's do
watch
some of
the
that.
aerial stunts?
I smell the scent of winter.
Welcome to the world of numbers. Please cease resistance.
That does star damage? You forget about Regulus?
Oh,
And then Charlie? Oh, reality star damage. Okay, you put reality.
Even that could be found.
fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Intersect and divide. Aha.
Oh. Right with it.
Watch out.
Okay.
No worries.
Fine.
Even that it could be found.
Come back to me.
Should have taken out this little head right here. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on, bro. And you know what? That's because my Psychube is not leveled up, too. Our Psychube kind of sucks at level 1. Ooh, don't freeze her.
Relax.
Let me just go ahead and ult.
20 peaceful moments.
Leave it to me.
Hey, thank you. You said what? What'd you say? Oh, you know my phone, dude. Need better mental only supports if we have Baby Blue and another. Yeah, we do. We need more love on mental. So look at that Jin damage. Yeah, Ezra does do some really good Jin damage, I will say. Still not in danger yet. Start getting some clarity buffs. Actually, we can give... Yeah, let's go ahead and grow the shrooms.
Wanna watch the aerial
Let's go ahead and just grow the shrooms.
I will help you. An amazing discovery.
The better mental support is Twin Sleep. Yeah, Twin Sleep is a little bit better too. But like, Twin Sleep will get hit hard just as bad. Like, that's still the problem. Is like, give us a 6-star.
And divide.
That was a lot of damage.
No rest.
I need Tooth Fairy to get her ult soon.
The final demonstration. Leave it to me.
Vedebra. Сколько побед.
I smell the scent of mint.
I see that.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
I got food.
Please cease resistance.
Swallow my exhaust.
Hmm. Oh, reset. Hmm. I could shield everybody and just wait. Now I can do some damage.
A highly efficient plan. Isn't that?
Relax.
Spill us some
In a
Moxy.
second. Are you a rational member?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Troublesome.
No rest.
Load.
Fine.
Relax.
Oh, thank you.
I smell
My problem with Baby Blue, when people are like, Baby Blue is a mental version of Pure and Bloom, is that Baby Blue and Pure and Bloom are two completely different fields of characters. Like, Pure and Bloom, like, literally goes with everybody. That's reality damage. I just lost. Baby Blue doesn't go with everybody. You're just lost. Maybe. I might be okay. Out to protect them.
Leave it to me. A highly efficient plan.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Fine.
I think I just lost.
Please, take good care of yourself. Power from the soil.
Don't blink. Oh.
Bro. It's so frustrating.
Load. No. Leave it to me.
Oh, that's so
I will
frustrating.
help you.
I smell the scent of winter.
The freeze takes
Please cease.
when you get frozen like that, you take 60% of your health.
Relax. You need some peaceful moments.
Load.
Please, get resist.
Please, take good care of yourself.
It's a paid skin from 1.4. I need a heal, bro.
No. Leave it to me.
Whatever. Сколько
I
побед.
smell the scent of winter now.
I will help you. Swallow my exhaust.
I'm not really in the conversation what y'all saying on YouTube, but I still see y'all talking about like Bjorn Bloom, Baby Blue. Problem with Bjorn Bloom. Well, the thing about Bjorn Bloom versus any other character, right? That's a 5-star and below. Is that Bjorn Bloom gives you reality, defense lore, and then increases the damage that you deal, right? Damage dealt. All on one skill. It's all on one skill. Baby Blue is split up. And for Diggers, it's not as good. Right? And then Bjorn Bloom is also a single target monster. Right? The downside is that she's squishy. Right? Doesn't offer as much protection. But for most people, even so, the damage increase that you get from Bjorn Bloom and the
Relax.
Leave it to me.
just damage that she
In a
provides
second.
just speaks volumes over what Diggers could do and what Baby Blue can do. And then, what's crazy is they put out Getien, who is a... I can't save her.
No.
Then they put out Getien, who is an even crazier,
With everyone.
like, kind of jab.
Cease resistance.
Because now he's a character that's, like, specifically wants reality damage. He even buffs reality damage characters further. Alright, what are we gonna do?
Loaded.
We need some peaceful moments.
Power from the soil.
Look, Lex, what are you expecting from your children when they grow up? Oh, thank you. Start mastering this, I didn't know what parents think about their kid. Nothing really crazy. Just to, I just don't want my, for like my kids, I just don't want them to live a life where they have to depend on somebody or someone else. So being like more independent, right? Like, and I'm not saying like, oh, so you're saying they can't depend on their husband or wife? No, I'm not talking about that. Like, I want them to be able to handle their own without needing their parents all the time, to not have to be with a certain person because like, oh, well, like, because I've heard, like, especially just being black, I've heard a lot of women's like, well, I need him. I can't do anything without him. Like, I don't want my girls to be dependent of a man. Just be a bad bitch, you know what I'm saying? Like, my mom, she was independent. Even though she has a husband, she's still very independent, where if her husband left her today, she would be perfectly fine, right? Just be independent. You don't have to depend on a man. You can still love a man. You can still depend on him as your husband. But I don't want my daughters to be in that situation. So, like, with that, it's a very loaded thing to say. With that, that's them taking care of business by either having a well-paid job, being able to afford a house, being able to get their car, right? Just not having to depend on people. Because when people have a hold over you, it's not a good feeling. I don't like being in a situation where someone has a hold on you, where they have a feeling of control. But that's all. Okay, so I lost. Drew, the raid went terrible. I just lost. And Zerato, yes. Bjorn Bloom. Bjorn Bloom is a little too strong as a 5-star. Bro, 10, for real, bro. I really do want Yeni. Because this freeze is ridiculous. This freeze is ridiculous, bro. Yeah. Yeah, Return Bloom is like, it's kind of becoming a, like a Benny Jingcho, right? Where it's just like, why get this 6-star when you have this amazing 5-star? Yeah, we can. Yeah, Konobi. I want my kids to have emotional and financial independence. But yeah, so PK still good in 1.6. Yeah, PK is fine for multiple reasons. For one, there's no new plant characters, right? So we know that there's no new plant characters until possibly 1.7. So Jessica is still the queen of plant. And who's on Jessica's team? Bjorn Bloom. And who works as a plant TPS if you don't have Jessica? Bjorn Bloom. And then I heard someone say she's power crept by Bird Guy. Just want to make sure. Oh, well, I mean, like, it depends on what you mean by power creep, right? Bro, some of these people be saying wild my kids sleep. Some of these people be saying some wild shit, bro. Anytime a new character comes out, people be like, power creep. Let's really talk about the new character. First off, he's a character that comes in the same time as a limited character. So who really gonna be pulling for him? Because, like, if you want to talk about power, like, technically, Shemaine is better than Bjorn Bloom because he does insane damage as well. But people are skipping on him. People are gonna skip on Getian. This skill, he lowers reality defense. And then on his ult, he increases crit damage and then further increases crit damage for reality damage characters. So this is for, so he's mainly for reality damage crit characters. Bjorn Bloom is for reality damage non-crit characters. So I mean, like, I think he's good, but Bjorn Bloom still increases the damage that you deal to characters and can lower reality defense. I think this character works really good with characters like Desert Flannel, Spathadia, Shemaine, like literally all of the red characters. The blue characters don't necessarily need him, but can go really well with him. Yeah, Lilia could use him. Yeah, he's not limited. No, I'm not saying anything about them not working together. It's just that, like, if you already have Bjorn Bloom versus, like, Getian, like, they're good characters, but I don't think Getian power creeps. Because, like, I still have more food. Let me eat this later. Hold on. I was hungry. Because power creep to me means, like, there's just no reason to use the character. Right? Like, when you say power creep, then it's like, oh, just get Getian. There's literally no reason to use the character. No, I mean, like, because the character is really made for crit characters. Not everybody's a crit character. Not all reality characters are crit characters, so, like, you could still use Bjorn Bloom and then just go into straight damage. Yeah, and you can stack them together. You can literally stack them together. Even though Ezra Getian finna be something else. Oh, bro. Yeah, if you want to talk about, because then if you want to talk about, like, yeah, you know, I just thought about a topic. You know how we talked about this the other day, guys, where I was like, bro, I hope 1.6 doesn't give more to crit team. And they honestly fucking did it again, bro. They have another character that's for crit team. Like, I need to talk to Blue Pac. Like, they're really tripping with the love. And I made a video about it. Where is the video? Edges get revealed. This trend is concerning. Like, I was like, this trend is concerning. There's so many characters. Well, you said you don't think this character is crit only, though? But, like, well, wait. The whole buff here increases crit damage and crit damage only. Like, other than that, you would use somebody else. Like, if, like, you wouldn't use a non-crit character. You wouldn't use a non-crit reality character with him, because the only other thing he does is lower reality defense. At that point, just use Bjorn Bloom. You know what I'm saying? If you're not building a crit team, you wouldn't use him. If you're literally not building a reality crit team, just use Bjorn Bloom, right? But, like, the trend I was saying is concerning is that they're putting a lot into crit characters to where teams like Poison Team that seem less appealing because there's a lot of crit going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, crit is normal, but then why introduce other types of teams? Crit is absolutely normal, but, like, you make a poison team, but it's like you haven't done anything with poison. That's the thing. But, like I like the character skit, though. I'm absolutely getting Getsy in, and I'm using my my Ezra that everyone hates, and I'm just gonna stack crit damage on my people, bro. Yeah. And then he's specifically reality damage. So we were just talking about how mental damage characters literally don't have a support, and, like, here's a amazing reality, like, 6-star. He is mental. Yeah, he's mental. He did quite a bit of damage in that raid. General shits at some point. Mini crit units introduced now. It'll stop at some point. And some focus on the other mechanic. Well, yeah, it's here. It eventually will, but like I'm saying, it's gonna be 3 patches. Well, no. Since 1.2, there has been a character that is involved with crit since 1.2. Since 1.4, well, hold on, let me rephrase this. In 1.2, we had Tooth Fairy who helped out the crit meta. In 1.3, you have Shemaine, who is a character that converts crit rate into crit damage, so that's kind of started the beast crit, right? And then in 1.3, 1.4, then you had 37, who was like, oh, I can crit Genesis damage. And then in 1.5, you have 2 crit characters, where you have a beast crit character, and then you now have a shielder who is also a crit character. And then in 1.6, we have a support who is a reality crit character. Oh, yeah, like Sweetheart. If Alex was here, like Sweetheart is actually going to be getting a huge buff because you now have Getian, Shemaine, Flannel, and you throw Sweetheart. Sweetheart's going to be hitting crazy damage. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, because like if you're, well, the thing is that Shemaine and Getian can both work together, but Shemaine is still more universal than Getian. But in 1.6, Shemaine's going to be added to the standard banner anyways, so like, you know, just pull. You know what I'm saying? But I will say in 1.7, but see, the thing is that though, if they do like poison meta or something like that in 1.7, it's going to be an odd patch, and we already know the trend. You skip the odd patches. So like if they put a crazy poison character out, people aren't going to have like, well, I mean, this isn't like the company they put it out in. When people look at it from global, they're going to be like, well, I can't afford to get the character in 1.7 because I spent all of my gems and money in 1.6, right? So then you're going to have to reach deeper into your pockets, which means you're probably not, and then you're just going to skip. The way people work on global. Zerato? Oh, no. The character is amazing, yes. The character is amazing for crit characters. Like I'm saying. The conversation that started is that I don't think he power creeps Bjorn Bloom because Bjorn Bloom is a 5-star and she's easier to get. She's not going to be in a patch where there's a limited character. And she's still a really good character. And they can work together, but I'm just saying that he doesn't power creep Bjorn Bloom. Because she's still a good. Salute to all CM players. Your sacrifices / wallet won't be missed. Nah, people are going to say Jessica's getting power crept now. She can't. Literally, Jessica can't get power crept until they put out a new plant character DPS. Yeah, like, yeah, Shy Guy, that's what I'm saying. Like, to say that a 5-star is getting power crept also is kind of wild. You know what I'm saying? Like a 5-star is meant to have a 6-star be better, but like Bjorn Bloom is also still cracked as a 5-star. Now, if Bjorn Bloom was a 6-star, like, then, you know, that's a different story. That just speaks to how busted Bjorn Bloom. Like, bro, BK is absolutely busted. She is. She's overtuned. But Lux, people want to play with Eagle longer. Don't get me started on that. Like I like, and the thing is that I love that they made a fight. Like, I know people hate Genshin, but when you have characters that, when you have 4-star characters in Genshin that are better than most of the 5 stars when it comes to support, and they came out at the start of the game, that is amazing. That a company that has characters that honestly are ridiculously strong, where a 4-star is still a heavy contender. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I could get Yelan, but I have Jingcho already, right? And then Benny is literally a 5-star. He is the Pyro Archon. Benny is way too strong. Benny is like literally every single content creator who does a damage test, there's gonna be Benny there. He is there. Like, there's almost no team that you can make that doesn't have him unless you have a specific niche character that fits in that spot. But he's so good. What? What? Hmm? Yeah, I'm talking about Bennett. He is the Pyro Archon. He is the Pyro Archon, babe. He is. He's literally the best Pyro character in the game. He is. Yes, he is. He's more universal than your C2 Yoimiya. I know you love Yoimiya, but Benny's better than her in a lot of ways. He's just a support, that's all? But he can DPS. You see me hit 150k on the ult. Yeah. He hits like 50, 60k on his skills. Babe, it's okay that you're wrong. Anyways, she came out here. I don't even know what I was talking about. What was I even talking about? But Soneto's still usable in CN. Soneto is still usable. Benny plus free 4-star girl beats most meta still in Genshin. You're talking about Zhang Ling? Yeah. Yeah. The 4-star characters are just really good. Although some of the last few 4-star characters, like especially from Sumeru, were kind of garbage. Yeah, Benny did start off as like a healer buffer, and then it's like, oh no, the character's actually insane. It's okay that you're wrong, Gaslighting 101. Look, bro. But no, like, the whole point is that, like, Bennett, Jingchu, Jingling, all of them are really good characters, right? I think the problem with, so, like, when we go into, like, yeah, the C6 is, kind of meh, but, like, when we go into, like, the 5 stars for R99, the problem is that, like, Become Bloom is so good that when you look at all, like, the other characters, like, the other 5 stars, like, they don't really, like, they don't really come up to, like, the plate. So, like, Become Bloom can be a support, but then she can be a main DPS the more copies that you get her. Right? Because, like, as other games, lower rarity characters you can get copies for a lot easier. But she can become a main DPS when it, like, in single target, and then buff herself. Like, not many of the none of the other 5 stars can really do that to that level. And then well, actually, in terms of, like, DPS wise, I mean, like, where is she at? Sweetheart can apply a pretty decent buff, but she doesn't do near as much damage as Bjorn Bloom. And then there's Satsuki, but she's plant as well. She does pretty good. There's Charlie. Charlie is a DPS, and she does really great as a DPS. But my point is just like, Bjorn Bloom is still better than Charlie in terms of how good she is as a 5-star, because, hear me out, Charlie can only DPS. Bjorn Bloom can be a support and a DPS, right? So, like, once you start having a 6-star DPS that's just better than Charlie, then you don't use Charlie as much anymore, right? Versus Bjorn Bloom, like, she's just really good in reality damage teams. Do I think they'll ever buff any existing characters? No, I don't think they're going to buff any characters. I think, if anything, they're just going to release a character to make the older character better. Yeah, Bjorn Bloom has a lot more longevity. Like, eventually... Like, I know people love Charlie, but eventually the Charlie will just kind of just fall into the back line for people. You know what I'm saying? Same thing as Necrologist. Like, she's in a very... People love Necrologist right now in global, but like, as soon as you start getting like other 6-stars, like, you're not gonna use Necrologist. Lux wants another star unit? You heard it first? No. No. But yeah, I don't think, like, older characters are gonna get buffed, though. I really don't think so. I want to use my portraits, bro. Isn't Pickles just a powerful... No, but what I said, once you start getting 6-stars that do what she does, because she's in a saturated thing, she's gonna eventually fall off, right? Like, so think about it this way. Even now, you have in the support light, tweak another unit with prayer? I mean, prayer is cool, but doesn't prayer only last one turn?
Welcome to the Tombstone Muse. My apologies.
Actually, hold on. I don't even know what Necrologist... I don't even know the Necrologist, like, buff turns. Let me see what... Oh, it disappears after trigger. Damn. You know what's really crazy? What's really crazy? This is a compliment towards Necrologist. I would probably get a little further in this raid if maybe with having Necrologist, because if I know I'm gonna get frozen, I could just shield my characters with Ezra, and then when the freeze kills me, I'll just go back up, and then the shield will protect me if I get hit by something else. Dang. Yeah, I stand corrected. Because I could have absolutely used Necrologist in that. Like, if I know I'm going to die, and I have prayer, because I got it early, then it just saves me. And I shield up. Yeah, and I considered her, but like I completely forgot about her. Oh, well, Ulu's trash. Yeah, I didn't know prayer didn't have a... Yeah, Marine. Yeah, Marine. No, I stand corrected. I stand corrected about Necrologist. It's literally that trash. Here's the problem. Her I kind of showed it, but like her damage dealt buff, it doubles, right? Like it's 15%, and then it goes to it gets it's 20%, and then it becomes 35% with or wait. It becomes like 35% or whatever, right? From 20. But you have to have 15 stacks of burn total. If there's 3 enemies and then you reduce those 3 enemies down to 1, you lose the 15 stacks. As soon as you kill one, like as soon as you don't have 15 stacks anymore, then you don't have the bonus damage dealt. You can't double it. Or you're having to, as like I showed earlier in the stream today, you're having to like wait another turn to get the 15 stacks on everybody. And it's just kind of annoying to like have a character, like it's like having a Necrologist, but then you have to probably wait one or more like more turns, because like both characters are wanting to use a lot of AP to get the buff, but then like Ulu has a condition with hers. Blue Sky Getian is a reality damage support, but also mainly like a crit damage reality support. There's got to be a chat out there with the P5 A Knight, P5 Necro, casually rocking plus 100% damage shelf for 2 turns. Probably. I mean, well, let me see. Let's see what my friend has. Synth plus Shemaine crit wombo combo. Yeah. Do I know about the Necrologist 6-door Miss Radio team? Necrologist 6-door radio team? Is that like just getting... Is that just making 6 spam his ult? That's what it sounds like. But I guess like the thing with the Necrologist, I really like her, but I think, but isn't she gonna get like replaced by a lot of these characters that, not replaced, let me use it like, isn't she gonna just be like just an additional option, I guess, like that some people might use or might not use, especially when you have like all these other characters that are made like specific, right? Like now that you have like characters that are built like, you know, like Getien, who is like, well, I'm a reality damage support that also helps out with crit damage. So like I feel like Beast got a lot of love lately with having Flannel and Getien, because Beast is mostly like, you know, Beast has like two really good, like, I mean, Beast has Centurion and Shemaine, that with Getien and Flannel, like, it's a pretty crazy team. Yeah, like she's like a, yeah, she's a good fourth slot.
Speak.
For sure. She's basically as much of a universal slot as 6. So like what you're saying, if you don't have a support that, if you don't have a support that has a Flatus advantage, you might as well just use a Necrologist. I hope he wasn't playing. Let me see if he has Necrologist built up. My friend.
Please be careful. I'm collecting the spores on the mushroom.
Oh, he hasn't logged in yet, so. Yeah, that's the problem with being a whale. Bro, this dude hasn't even touched Flannel. Oh, he only just got the copy of Ezra. He has P3 A Knight. Has he played lately? He hasn't really played lately. Maybe he's busy. Of course he triple... Wow, he like barely triple S these. Did he triple S'd him? I mean, I'd hope so. Of course he beat this. It's kind of easy with your account. I'm only 400k below him. I don't feel too bad. But, so the... Because this boss is coming back in 1.6, this boss fight is going to be a little silly, right? Because as soon as you... Now, I'm just using the characters, not the portraits, but like... You have these two characters now. Then you go with Flannel, and then we need a Getien placeholder. Who's a good Getien placeholder? I'm gonna put Pavia there, right?
Let me see who will be my poor teammates.
Yeah, just use Necrologist to fill in if you don't have. So, this is our Getien, right? This is a beast team that they showed, right, in the video. Desert Flannel, but like somebody said, the problem is that someone was saying, can Flannel actually heal everybody good enough in this raid? The thing is that in this raid, if you, like I said, if you clear the health bar, you actually don't take that much damage. So like Flannel already heals like 2 or 3k, and you'll be able to ult with her like turn 2. But with having Getty in, you've seen people bring it. Yeah, the boss is really easy. With having Getty in, he's gonna boost up crit damage, and like, you know, crit damage for everybody, which we already know that Flannel has an insane crit rate, right? I showed y'all firsthand, how crazy her crit rate is. And then Centurion, in a team with Getty, I would definitely change up Centurion to have a little bit more crit rate, because Shemaine would also be built into crit rate, and then Getty would be built into crit rate, and this would be a crit team. Like, now, they wouldn't have the consistency as like a star team, because star team has crit rate pretty heavy, because, you know, Getty's only providing crit damage, but like, they'd still hit really hard, because all of these characters would still do a lot of damage. But this is like a full... This is a full beast team. And remember, this Pavia is Getty. This is a full beast team. So... it'd be pretty wild. It'd be a pretty fun team. Probably go with Shemaine as the carry and replace Centurion for Leilani to start with Flannel ult. Back with Lux having an Italian gets in, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could do, like, since this boss is kind of easy, right? Like, or let's say you weren't doing a raid, you could literally put Leilani there and get Flannel ult immediately. That is something you could do. And actually, if you could protect your Leilani good enough, all 3 of these characters want to spam ult. That's also what's funny, is that someone mentioned it yesterday. I can't remember who, but Beast is really all about Moxy either gaining it or manipulating it in some way. Because, funny that you say that, Shiro. Not just Flannel, but Getty gets, if y'all remember from his, this is actually crazy. I just thought about this. If y'all remember, Getty works better with reality damage characters for his Moxy. Where is it? Ah. At the end of the round, Getty gains an amount of... That's not what I read. Where was it? Hold on. Did I mistranslate it, or did Gordon not include it when he typed it here? I could have sworn I read that he gets more Moxy on a reality damage team.
Right all
以后
along.
圈
我们先看
啊，对，是有什么特殊？
小叶的长举多能力，每
No.
When entering battle, if there are several real-life trauma-type characters on your team, your own passion will be increased. Yeah, it literally says it right here. Did he not? I was like, bro, I know I'm not crazy. Maybe he missed it. Because what I was saying, because passion is Moxy. Because like I was talking to Steambun and he said the same thing. Because like that would mean that if you have a full team of reality damage characters, he would have a similar effect to like
He's a support.
Like Flannel, where if he's on a full reality damage team, he would get a
Flannel is the healer.
Crazy amount.
No, he's a for beat their Eureka. Not all Eureka though, guys, is follow-up attacks. Eureka works in different ways. Ooh, here goes the beast team. Yo, they got Flannel in there because Flannel is one of the best. Flannel is the healer for beast teams.
Well, no, it's stated just the same as like Flannel. When I read it, it says when he enters battle, he gets that. Because it only triggers one time. Same thing as Flannel. It only triggers one time. How'd I throw the window?
This guy in 6 are gonna... The new... Is he gonna... I see... Yeah, attacks as well. She's
When entering battle, if there are several real-life trauma type characters on your team, your own passion will be increased. What's a one time? Under City of Invitation, gets in. This is... Yeah, so... It's like he only has half of it. Because I'm also... No, I know it's his insight, but I'm wondering if I'm translating it wrong or if Gordon didn't get it. That's what I'm asking. Because what I'm trying to determine it, because like it's saying here, when I translate it, that he's getting extra Moxy for having several reality characters, but on Pridwin, it only has the second half. Okay, so I am right. Okay. Okay, I was like, bro, no, I'm not crazy. Like, I was like, I know I translated it 2 different times. Yeah, I know they missed out on Ezra 2. Okay, so like, yeah, so the whole point of me going on that whole tangent is that so Getien and Flannel will be able to... I'll have to tell Gordon. Actually, I will message him right now. get the screenshots. Oh. Oh, yeah, what's up, Gordon? You're typing to me. I just... yeah, because we were discussing, Gordon, because I was like, we were just, I was using an example, because Flannel in Pavia is Getian. Flannel is able to is able to ult turn 2, and I was like, based off what I translated, Getian should be able to ult turn 2 as well. So the buffers on a team like this, like, would be able to ult pretty much. You're right. When he enters combat, he gains max each reality damage unit on the team, like Tesla Flannel gets a beast. Oh, I missed this. Hey, bro, I got you, dog. I was like, I know I'm not crazy. I got you, bro. Yeah, just update it whenever you can, because like that's huge. That's a huge like part of his Insight 1. And I was like, I know I'm not crazy. I got you, bro. So yeah, so he guarantees using ult second turn. So like he'll be able to give the if you're in a reality damage team, you'll be able to literally ult like second turn, and then Flannel on the Beast team will be able to ult second turn. And what Shiro was saying is that if you have if you like did some Leilani craziness, then you're ulting turn 1 with these two characters, right? Like and then with having Leilani, you're helping provide Moxy to everybody here, which all of these characters want to ult. Yeah, it's instant ult. It's instant ult first turn, and then you're like, again, like I'm saying, you're gonna be using feeding Moxy into Shemaine so that he can ult and do some pretty crazy stuff. Leilani will also make Shemaine's ult rotation a lot smoother and less dependent on his own stacks. Yeah, exactly. Like either way it goes, like it's all like Beast is all about like just ulting though. Like they're pretty crazy with like what you can do with it. So it'd be like, because the reason why I know this can work is because I did some shenanigans. So I'm gonna do it while I'm on this account. Time of our life. Ugh. The problem is that this is a P5 Shmaine. Okay, so we don't have Getty in, unfortunately, right? But we're gonna use Darley for right now. Ah, sure, I see what you mean. Yeah, Centurion would want to maximize by not using it. All right, so so you see how Flannel works when you have Leilani. She's ulting turn 1. That's what so like if Getian was here, he would literally have the same thing. He's gonna ult turn 1, which is pretty wild, right? But anyways, let's go ahead and ult turn 1.
Give me a hand. You want it, you got it. Oh, I get it completely. Dance in the pixel world.
Counter. I don't even know how his funnel's not even built, and she's still his crit. I don't have to use that much Moxy though.
I get it completely. Proposal accepted. Oh, right. Monkey blade. Ha. Oh no.
All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to... We don't even have to do that much. So we're going to go ahead and ult here.
You want to do it the hard way? Shiny arrows!
Don't kill her. Alright, you broke it. And then, And what we're gonna do. This is actually gonna be. This is probably gonna be the dumbest shit I've ever seen. If everything goes according to plan. This is probably gonna be the dumbest. Alright, so we're gonna ult. I'm gonna do this. This is a P5 Shemaine, by the way.
Give me a hand, friends.
Oh, this is gonna look so dumb. Oh, this is gonna be so dumb.
Are we gonna do this with... All right, deep breath in. Everyone has their own definition.
Now this boss isn't gonna take that much damage, but this is gonna be dumb.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so good.
All right, deep breath in. Oh, yeah. Proposal accepted. Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
So like the third ult in a row.
Great decision. Saudi Arabia, it's time.
Oh, I get it completely.
Everyone has their own definition.
The endowment from the great Arabian.
Monkey blade.
Oh my gosh.
Pappy, give me a hand.
All right, deep breath in.
Get ready. You got it. Dance in the pixel world.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
No way.
Oh my god.
Darn it.
No, it's I2.
You got a
It's an I2 one.
Your words are indeed.
This is everybody that's this is having all the characters at
But how are you going
I2 level 50. R12.
There's no doubt that those words came out of your mouth. Your eloquence won't change the fact. Yes.
Yay! A perfectly executed exercise. Huh? This wasn't an exercise?
I was dumb. So the whole point of what I showed is what a joke this comment. What I was showing is the dumb amount of yeah, Moxy. The amount of ults that we just did back to back. We did. Now this is again P5 Shemaine really helps this, but like that was still 3 back-to-back ults. Skipped a turn and they did another ult. Really funny. But if you did like let me see. Actually,
The damp air and the moist soil provide a proper humidity.
if he had his people built, this would work even crazier in the Utu. Because there's an Utu card that when you ult with actually this would be that team would be absolutely busted in Utu, because there is a Utu card that whenever you ult with a beast character, you give your other allies Moxy. So like you would just be spamming ults back to back, because you start off already having an ult with Flannel, so that gives everybody else. And so once you start once you start ulting with everybody else, you'll just be ulting back to back to back to back with the and then yeah, you would just have her second life or whatever, and like yeah, and it's pretty funny. That's no need for beast, just ults in general. So yeah, like with the Ulu card, that gives you that, you could just set up a whole ult team, and probably by turn 3 you would just be ulting with that. Like, I mean, you just be ulting with everybody as many times. Like, if you got the rotation right, you would be using ults like they were skills. But his team isn't built for me to be able to do that. Let me see. Let me see if I can... I don't have a stage where I could protect them. There's a stage that gives me Flannel for free. Okay. So let me take the free Flannel. That's Shemaine. Oh, God, but his Darlie isn't built. Don't I have to be I1?
Into the starting gate. You are granted an audience.
No, that's if he dies. Okay. This isn't gonna go well. I just know it. I can't keep them safe. It's not gonna go well. It's gonna go terrible. I don't even know what to put on him. Okay. Does he farm this fame cards? Okay. Oh, we can do the Vertin card. Here we go. This will help out. And then who's gonna ult them? I mean, Shemaine's gonna ult them most. Right? If I could get a copy of this card. He can make his own passion +1. I have 2 of those. Okay, guys, I'm trying to cook something real quick. I'm trying to cook something up real quick. Okay, we're gonna do this. Do this. Ah, you can only have one type equipped. Does that mean I can't use? Maybe that's how they balance it. So that means I shouldn't be able to. Oh, I can use this. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. So I just don't have another of that card. And then we're gonna do... What is this one? After taking additional actions, everyone else gets Moxy. That's if I can get her to do one counter, then it'll work. She just needs to do one counter. It'll work much better. Let's see. Great, converted into crit damage. Okay, so we got that one. The problem is I'm doing all this planning as well, and I'm probably gonna one-shot everything. Oh, this card gives me ult immediately at the start as well. Forgot about this card. God, okay. This might be...
The hunt begins.
No! It's on auto.
It's time.
Hold on.
Back in the pixel world.
Race.
How much health does this... I have... Okay, so I have 3 ults at the beginning. Everyone's back to boxing. How much health does she have? Virgil has 33,000. Okay. This is actually kind of wild. So, I kind of actually have too much Moxy.
You want to do it the hard way? Puppy, give me a hand.
Endowment from the great
Back in the pixel world. Shiny, shiny. It's gonna break. It's gonna break.
Oh, she did counter. So everyone gets Moxy. Oh, everyone gets Moxy. Okay. And then if I ult with him, everyone is gonna get. I have too many cards. Alright, so we're gonna ult here. We're gonna do a counter. We're gonna do this. Oh, he's gonna do too much damage.
It's called employee insurance.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this
So you can actually. Okay, you just hit 82k on her. Yeah, okay, so y'all get the point. In Utu, with a red team, like I don't think I have to like do too much to show y'all how ridiculous this can get. And if I could probably stall this,
Puppy, give me a hand.
even more.
From the great in the pixel world. So rage of the sea has claimed me and you. You want to do it the hard way?
And as soon as like anyone ults, it's kind of just like, I wasted a turn, but as soon as anyone ults, like you're right back to.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Like, you just ult back to back to back to back. You actually have to use cards to make sure that you could clear it. Let me see. It's a harder stage for Beast. No, that's mineral. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, now everybody's level 1. Oh, she won't get it though, because she's level 1. Could I replace her? I could replace her. And then do should I have him start off with ult? What's this card? Finishing battle for each beast character, the power to your ritual is 15%. Sure. Probably have Darlie start off with ult. that card. This one. Do that card, and then get another Shemaine card. What's this one? That's additional actions. Okay, so she needs... God, there's so many cards. Okay. Let's do it. Let's hope we survive, though. Alright, let's hope we survive. Everybody's level 1 in the back line. Okay. So when these two ult, they're gonna give Moxy to these two. They have to live. I need to hope these two attacks don't hit them.
From the great Arabian.
You still don't recognize me?
What about now?
Okay. Okay. And then we're gonna... ult. And we gotta use a skill, so we'll just use Starlease.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is no magic, nor any special kind of mechanic.
And then Shemaine. Ridiculous.
Friends, I can't do this alone.
I did it wrong. Ah, I did it wrong. I'm missing a card. Whose card am I missing? Or maybe I should have Shemaine start with his ult. Is it Flannel's card? I think it's Flannel's card. No. Bro, there's a card. Your reverse was good. Maybe I can't find it. This one gives... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I told you I let Gordon know. He cool people. Oh, here it is. Here's the card. Okay. So give that to oh, so this card is wasted here. I'm gonna put that on him, and then we're gonna do yeah. All right, let's see if we can get the old spam going, bro. All right. All right, you got that. So we got 3 characters of ult. So now ult with her. Centurion. All right, and so then how much Moxy are we gonna give to Darly after this?
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Oh yeah, no, we no reverse. Yeah, I was talking about him, but he made the post because I had let him know. He hops into the stream. I want to be like, well, you know, like that was all me, but like technically it kind of was all me. All right, so then we're ulting again with Shemaine because why not? All right, do we still have it? Okay, so we're like, we can do. So we can do like what? 2 ults every turn? Oh no, bro, we did it's gonna be, you're gonna be in the house. I'm not gonna be, you know, out doing a bunch of drinking or anything like that. But it's gonna be a very chill New Year's. But thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have a very chill New Year's. No, Darlie! Bro, come on, chill out. Dang it. They ruined the ult spam. Yeah. No, we were talking about the character because we were like building this beast team. All right, yeah. Happy New Year to y'all. Because you won't see me tomorrow. Let me see, what's the next? What can I add to make this? I want to see what I can add to make this a little spicier. Maybe this right here. Come on, game. I'm just trying to cook, bro. Just let me cook. I'm trying to see if I can ult every turn. There's like literally no reason to do this, other than the fact that like I just want to get ults out literally every turn. It's kind of fun to do this. This is why I do wish I had more characters built up, so I could do like a bunch of just honestly dumb shit like this. That's all I want to do is just dumb shit like this. No. No. I don't think that one's gonna work either. That's for crit. That's the control team is very fun. I did it myself. Juvis is pretty fun to use with Satsuki. I don't think it's a bad call. It's a pretty fun thing to do. Okay. I think this is all counter stuff. It's weird that the Conjura stuff is all counter stuff. Yeah, mono team seems like to be something coming up for sure. Just based off of what I'm seeing, it seems to be more and more like the thing that they're gonna do. Okay. All right, see if we got this now.
The hunt begins.
All right. So we're going to Centurion ult, and then ult with these two, and then do this. Yeah, that all works. And Judas I3 will be able to help keep him alive. All right, and then we'll be able to. I'm gonna use his ult, and then her ult. All right, and we're gonna do this.
I can't do this alone.
Is control immune so prevalent though that it makes the team invalid? Like, does it work in raids? It's not in good. It's not as good in raids, because like you can't control the boss really. You could possibly control the ads, but like raids is a small piece of the content. You could still do different things like Utu and hard mode and stuff like that. So you still have a lot to do. Missed out on a little bit of Moxy. Oh, and I should have been using the debuff. What's the portrait looking on that Shebane? Uzumaki, this isn't my account, but I feel like you kind of know what the portrait on the Shebane is. But it's literally a P5 Shebane. Lily is pretty good though. Lily is pretty good. Yeah, I do wish she dropped at a better time.
in. Brave decision.
Tú decides.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
And Lilia is still being used in CN. For those who were wondering. Still being used. There we go. We ult again.
You still don't recognize me? What about now?
If I had everybody built up, I would definitely replace Centurion and just use Shemaine. Okay, and then we're gonna ult again.
Deep breath in.
And use her ult, and then ult here.
Baby, it's time.
Brave decision. Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Every time I get so jealous of you having access to that fun and madness P5 Shemaine. Yeah, bro, this is pretty fun. This is pretty fun right here. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna debuff. And we're gonna ult.
Deep breath in.
Yes, I know.
Everyone has their own journey. Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
I mean, I guess the thing is like, it feels kind of weird to kind of tell people to like just save for a mineral character when like there's never been like a huge calling for mineral, but she is limited. It's just, I don't know. You know, like it's just she's a mineral character, and like most people are completely like usually fine without them. So it's like so weird that it's just weird seeing the focus be on a mineral character when like they've been kind of passable. But like at the start of global, like, you know, but she's really good, like with her kit. But like if you're already set on like mineral, like I just find it hard to want to go with her if you're already set up.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Yeah, by next year though, yeah, there'd be another character. Yeah, she doesn't seem like an absolute, which is still true to like what I say is there's like, she doesn't seem like a must summon. You know what I'm saying? Because she's still just a mineral character. She doesn't seem like a must-have character. I could be tripping, but like that's just me. But I think she's gonna be great, and I'm gonna be using like I'm a puller, right? Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm a puller.
Give me a hand, friends.
Yeah, she's the only true limited from what we've heard. But yeah, this is kind of if I actually had this optimized, this is like actually kind of like crazy, the amount of times I've like ulted. This is kind of wild.
What? You still don't recognize me?
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Like, how many times have y'all seen this Shemaine ult, bro? Oh my god. Yeah, it's kind of no, only the mineral characters limited. Shemaine is streaky. Oh yeah, so that's what I was talking about, like with you know, like, you know, Getien being in here. If you're gonna be a true whale, go all in and Getien, let him ult like crazy too, and then he'll give all that crit damage to Shemaine, and then just make Shemaine just a main DPS. Like, just a main DPS, honestly. Just Getian, Shemaine, with some Leilani action and Flannel, and just let Shemaine go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Just let him be your AoE DPS in Utu. Now, Utu is what gave the craziness away, but, like, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's pretty wild. It's probably going to be a full rerun like other gacha games. But let me log off this man's account. Wait.
Speak.
Yeah, I couldn't see them shafting people, so it should be full value. Like, it should allow me to fully build up my Melania if it works out right, right? Like, I literally just got Melania. I was losing a 50-50 on Spathadia. So, like, if the shop works right, then I should be able to I3 her for free. Now, will I? I don't know. Because, like, I could also use those mats for Getian, so, yeah. But, like, technically, it should allow me to fully build her up. And then same thing as, yeah. Actually, the game gave me 1.1 characters. So, with the event, I should be able to at least build up these 1.1 characters. You know? So, like, that would be nice, honestly. Wait, they're running the 1.1 event again? Yeah, 1.6, bro. Bro, 1.6 is, like, the best patch, like, ever. Yeah, they're running it back. They are running it back. What was I gonna look at? No, they're not, no, they're not one. What was I gonna do? No, the thing with the 1.1 character, I mean, the 1.6 characters is, like, they're not must summons. It's just that, yo, Casual Dre, what's good, homie? Thank you for the raid. Lately, the more I see reverse expand every patch, I can't sway from the fact that Blue Block is downright heavily inspired from Hypergraph approach towards Arknights. Yeah. Yeah, no, the mineral character is giving everyone ridiculous FOMO. Like, is the limited character multiple? No. No. It's just the FOMO around her. I think that having a lot of units is fine, but Arknights has a like, my problem with Arknights is they have a ridiculous amount of really strong characters that were super limited. Like, they have a ridiculous amount of limited characters, and they're super limited on Arknights. And, like I played it for a while, and I never get characters like Surtur or any of the characters from, like, the collab events and stuff like that, and I feel like I missed out. Yeah, the mineral character, though, the limited mineral character, I think, is giving people FOMO, because, like, there's no way that she's a must summon. Like, well, that's the thing, is, like, you hope she is, but, like, if you look at her kit from P0, there's nothing that makes... Yo, 10 Lee with the super chat, bro. I will absolutely use that for that balloon party skin. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone feeling cold?
For one, I believe that, well, okay, with Arknights, one, Arknights and Reverse are two completely different games. And Arknights has, like, when I played it, because it has some, it has some pretty difficult content to where, like, using those limited characters is easy. And I will say that Arknights has been cooking for, like, what, almost 4 years now? Reverse just came out. Like, Reverse came out in April, May, right? So it's only like 7 months old. It's not even a year yet. Yo, Uzumaki with the member. What's going on, bro? I appreciate you, dog. The content isn't hard enough to make it be like, oh, bro, if you don't have this character, then you like, you know, don't have any issues. Should be concerned about the rerunning after only 6 months, or is that normal for gachas? No, we shouldn't be concerned. They're just that just means that gives us a time frame of that could just let you know that, okay, so after 3 patches, characters get reran, and possibly after 6 months, events get reran. Because you got to think about, like, think of it this way. This is New Year's for them, right? This is CNY. Over in China, Bluepock is probably advertising the shit out of this game to get new players. Because, like, look at how crazy 1.6 is going to be for a new player. You'll have 1.6 content, 1.1 content, a limited character to try to pull for, and then Getian, who is a reality damage support, and then you'll then they'll have other banners. You get a free skin. They're gonna be probably advertising over in China like crazy for this, bro. It's gonna be huge.
It's called employee insurance. Anyone feeling cold?
And it gives people a chance to go back and see everything in 1.1. Because like me, right? I joined in 1.3, so I never got to see 1.1 and CN, right? So if I was solely just a CN player, this would be like, oh, yo, I can actually see the old, like, events, right? Because it's not like Honkai Star Rail, where Honkai Star Rail, like, has a tab for the old events. Or like Genshin, right? Genshin reruns some of their events, but not all of their events. But it kind of lets you experience those events again. It's only a 3-month difference. Well, wait. I said 3 month. It's literally a 3 patch. No, it's probably always gonna be 6 month difference. Sorry, no, I don't think we're planning to catch up. It's 3 patches, but I don't think we're slated to catch up. I think what they wanted to do is they hurried 1.1 so that we could be exactly 3 patches behind, but I don't think we're gonna catch up. I assumed we were planning to catch up because, like, here's the problem though. If we start catching up, it depends on how we catch up, because then free-to-play players are gonna start demanding compensation. They're like, well, if you guys are gonna speed up patches, then I need to get gems and all this stuff to compensate and make up for the fact that you're trying to catch up. Like, it's weird. It's like people want us to catch up, but then they're gonna be like, well, I'm gonna demand compensation or boycott if you don't catch us up. So it's like, it's really weird. It's like you want to catch up because you don't want to be so far behind, but then you're gonna like make a lot of claims and demands because you're like, oh wait, don't skip us forward. Yeah. What do they end up making all the odd number patches 2 weeks shorter? But see, that's the thing though, because like if they do odd patches 2 weeks shorter, that's only because most people just don't want to pull on odd patches, so no one's gonna be mad, right? But yeah. Yeah, I really think the 1.1 was to just put it in sync. I mean, as long as we get the same rewards over the patch, then I don't see the issue. No, it's different in other ways too. It's different in other ways. Me as a person who spins, I like that they're drawn out over a month because like that allows me to get my money up to spin. If they speed up a patch, then I will literally spend less money because I'm like, I can't afford to get these characters. That's just what it is. I can't, like, if they speed up, bro, like, that would just be chaotic for me. And yeah, I would say, yeah, it has to be more because like you just won't have the time to save. Because like think about it, like too, the amount they'd have to add up, because like if you have the 5, like, so if it's 42 days, right, and you're a $5, if you're a $5 monthly player, that's 42 days worth of $5, that's 42 days worth of the 90 gems you get, right? If they speed up the patch till you get to the next patch, like let's say you're skipping, let's say you're skipping 1.3, right? And you're saving. You have the 42 days. If they speed it up and it's like only 21 days or whatever, like half the time, now you just got only half worth of your $5 monthly that you were expecting to get over the whole course of that patch. And then Blue Pac would have to calculate all of those rewards and all that stuff that you would get, and then you think they're going to compensate? They're not going to compensate your $5 monthly that you would have had. You would just miss out on 21 days worth of $5 90 gems to be able to get to that 1.4. And then yeah. Yeah, but the standard banners don't really matter that much though. Like, sorry to say, I don't think messing with the standard banners actually matters. I don't think that's a big deal. Because I personally don't think people should be pulling on standard banners anyways. But that's, you know, that's my personal opinion. I could absolutely be wrong, but like I don't think that and I'm not talking like when Tooth Fairy got added to the standard banner in CN. I'm talking like pulling for like, you know, the starting characters. Like I don't think you should be doing that anyway, like anyways. No, but I'm still talking about like just the daily, like the daily stuff in the shops and all that. The way they have them slated, that would just, I don't know, I just kind of ruin things to speed it up. Yeah, but you could say like, but you could also argue, well, we changed it because we already changed the timeline of 1.1, right? So like, you know, they're like, hey, we already made changes. What does it matter? But yeah, it doesn't matter. But like they have to make some different changes, like in some ways. But yeah, like I don't even follow CN standard banners to global anymore, because like now in CN I feel like now they're doing standard banners to sell the skins, because like there was no reason to have a Tooth Fairy rerun in the middle of Spathadia's patch. Like there was literally no reason to rerun her other than the fact where I was like, oh, the skin is here, because like I talked to Steam Bun and he's like, it had to be to sell the skin. There was no reason for it. There is nothing that called for it. And there hasn't been a rerun of Melania or Pickles. And they're just like, Tooth Fairy, right? Like, so CN be doing some wild stuff too. They just do whatever it wants. They want.
A fair game. Nice. You want to do it the hard way?
But I get it. I get wanting to have everything like, because like, so I get, to be honest, if they really wanted us to catch up, they could do it much more gradually. Yeah, I mean, like, well, like, let's think about it. Like, okay, so I think there's two sides of this, though, because if you can, like, because there's a couple sides to this, because like right now, well, hold on, let me think. Right now, I think with global, if you're looking at CN content, I will say it kind of does make global less exciting for some people, because you've already seen that like months ago, and you're seeing what's in CN, and you see that CN has more content, has fun characters, has like just crazy stuff going on, especially like with the raids and everything like that. So it like it can make global kind of boring for some people. And then like you already know what's coming, because like you're obviously gonna look at CN stuff. You already know what to farm for. Like nothing surprises you, right? Like when I looked at the 1.6 stream, all of that stuff was pretty much a surprise, right? Like I actually got excited for it because I am a CN player. But if I was just a global player, like I probably wouldn't pay as close attention to CN and like stuff like that. Like I'd get hyped, but then I'm like, Jesus, bro, I gotta wait so long to get that content. So like by the time it gets here, it's like, because like by the time 1.6 gets there for you guys, I'm gonna be in 1.9, and then who knows what's gonna be in 1.9, because then, you know, as even patches are, 1.8 could be crazy. You have no idea. So like it's wild. Yeah, if you're not that patient, yeah, like the CN stuff, like I can see how you feel, but there's another side of the coin where it's like, I think there's a lot of free-to-play players who enjoy being able to have the crystal ball. Like, you guys can ask me questions about CN, like we're talking about stuff that's like way into the future, you know, and we can discuss these things, and you can plan these things before the characters come out. So like if you are in this game for the long run, I'm not talking about those of you who are using this as a game in between, but if you're in this game for the long run and you truly enjoy the game, then you can actually use it to help your accounts to be able to invest in the right way. You're able to see the materials and the mats that you need. You can see what you need to farm, so you can kind of really maximize a lot of things on your accounts because of the insight that you have. We do know one thing that won't be at 1.9: plant characters. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the clairvoyance is huge. Yeah, like I think having the time ahead, because like because I'll tell you what, like I can't remember who said it, but someone was saying that they think that they're gonna put the 1.6 patch and replace it with 1.3. I was like, that would be a terrible idea, because if Ju came out literally in a couple weeks, people would panic, right? Oh, Shiro, yeah. People would panic. It would be a riot, bro. Because y'all would be like, I just spent all my gems. I put my gems into the thread banner. I should have listened to Lucky when he told me don't put any gems there. And I just spent my gems. And this limited character's coming out. And I literally don't have any time to prepare for her. I would freak, like, y'all would freak out, right? I'll say in CN, I don't think that's the case. Because, like, people in CN spend money. I literally don't have a single free-to-play player on my friends list. So, yeah. But in Global, I know a lot more free-to-play players. But hey, you heard it here first? Yeah.
What's your manners? Oh, you want to do it the hard way?
No, like, I understand. I understand, like, trying to maximize the profit, but, like, people would... Don't know if we're ever gonna hear anyone say you was right. Nah, bro. You'll never admit it. Just like the babble. Just like the Ezra slander.
Feel the beating of your heart. Yeah.
Seeing it's essentially a test lab while we get the final product right away. Yeah. Because like all of the quality of life updates and stuff like that, you know, Global's been getting for sure. Like, Global's been getting, like, hella good stuff, bro. Yeah, real talk. What's wrong with Ezra? Ezra seems like a super solid support. It's the shields. People don't like the shields. People don't like the AP. In terms of shielders, he does the most damage, but yeah. Like, you know they could actually do it. Because R9 has developed English first, so it's not like they can't push 1.6 on us immediately if they wanted to. I mean, they could push it on it, but, like, I just don't... I think the backlash... R99 got major backlash for some things that they did on the CN version, so I don't think they want to ruin it. Waiting for the crafting quality. Oh my gosh, I was talking about this before. Yes, the crafting quality of life that they put in CN, it's wild because of how much you have to use wilderness. Like, I hate using the wilderness on my global account because I always forget, because it's so nice to go here and be like, all right, what's the breakdown, right? You just click on it, what's the breakdown, and you can control like how many you want to craft, right? Even though you don't have the mats. Like, if you don't have the mats, it won't tell you. Like, you have to, it only lets you go up on this once you have the mats. So, like, if I'm like, okay, I need 3, right? It's like, okay, so how much total do I need of this? All right, so now I know I need to craft these. And if I need to craft these, I can break it down. And it's like, okay, now I need to get these. Let me break it down even further. Okay, all right. Let me break it. Yeah, you can't break it down any further. But anyways, you can break it all the way down to exactly what you need, and it's still based off of the amounts to make the 3 of these golden fleeces. Like, it's the literal one of the best patches. Hold on, let me put my food up real quick. I'll grind my purples for days before I craft for an hour. I could craft also gives me a total? Oh, okay. Is my sand wilderness as bad as my global one? It's pretty bad. Well, it's a little better. I threw some random stuff. But it's still bad. I literally just threw stuff randomly in here. Like, my water doesn't make any sense. But it's okay. I got like this piece of land that literally should be over here. I just threw it over there. I got this part of water right here that literally is just sitting here. Like, I know all this is cringe to some of y'all, but like I got random just pockets of water. Like this ground here has like collision errors. It's so bad. I think the 1.2 one. No, I like well, hold on. We can view it
The flames of
real quick.
injustice are yet to burn at the stake on rainy days.
Wilderness gives me eye strain. Hey, bro. So, if I were to George, oh, did he change it? Oh, he changed it. Yo. Okay. Or this is a different friend. I think this is somebody else. But I think I like 1.1s. No, 1.3. I like 1.3s. This has to be somebody else. What's this one? Hold on.
The flames of injustice are yet to burn at the stake on rainy
Yeah,
days.
1.6 will allow people to share them. That's what I'm looking forward to. Okay. Oh, no, here's the star. Yeah, I like 1.3. I like 1.3. Yeah, I like the vibe of 1.3. This is 1.5. This is 1.2. This is 1.1. I think I like 1.3. Oh, Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'm sorry. I just saw I saw you type it, but I was reading other ones. Why can't they add it now? Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe in 1.3 they'll add some extra stuff. Because they did skip the auto 2 patches ahead. So the wilderness one should get added. ML NN goes good with her second life because she has an AoE ult and she can help heal people with it. Rather the limited banner pity. Yeah, 100 instead of 70. That kind of makes sense since they're making it a month and a half. It's literally a month and a half, so like I don't really think it's that much like big of a deal. All right, Shiro, you won't miss out too much. I'm gonna be going soon too. I'm just gonna talk for a little bit, so you won't miss out too much, man. So you know, sick of the dice event, or is it just me? I'm not big on mini games, but some people I've heard some people say they love them. The talking is the best part of the stream. I mean, this is true. We do a lot of talks here. But what was I gonna say? Okay, so 1.6, right? People always disagree with me anyways. But Nianzi, her kit is nice, and she's AP friendly, and she's beautiful, and her insight too is amazing, and her portrait in game, like in the lobbies and in the character thing, are nice, right? But she is, at the end of the day, right? Let's just say this: at the end of the day, she is just a mineral character that is good, right? That's just what it is. At the end of the day, she's just another good mineral character that, even if she wasn't like think of it this way, like just think of it this way. If she wasn't limited, she would just be a limited character. Like, I mean, just a mineral character. We don't know what our portraits are gonna be. This is true. But that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if she wasn't limited, she would just be another mineral character that people would be like, let's see if I'll get her, let's see if I won't, or whatever. By the way, I forgot to mention, finally took my chance on the Golden Thread banner, and finally, you're graced by Sir A Knight, willing days for A Knight begins. Oh my god. I'm not sure. We'll have to see when I get her. Should I not get Black Dwarf anymore? Because I have Eternity. Also, Shemaine is the first in 1.3. Well, see, that's the thing is, like, if you already have Eternity, you could probably skip Black Dwarf and then just go for her, because you have plenty of time to save. Because when Black Dwarf comes out, like Black Dwarf is really good, and single target wise, I believe Black Dwarf will out DPS her. But Black Dwarf, just the timing of when she comes out, 1.4 has really good characters. That's the only thing. But like, it also feels forever until, you know, 1.3. If she wasn't limited, no one would care and they would keep using Eternity. Exactly, Triple. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if she wasn't limited, bro, y'all wouldn't care as much. You would still just be using your Eternity. I think Black Dwarf is a really good pull, because if you're already thinking about getting Black Dwarf, even if you have an Eternity, you can get her, because 1.6 is a long way away. But like, it's just that there's just good characters back to back. Joke's on you, I never owned Eternity. Yeah. But like, personally, if I had Eternity and I wasn't a content creator, I'd still pull Black Dwarf, because she's beautiful. But if Black Dwarf wasn't beautiful, I wouldn't pull her, and I would just keep my Eternity. Limited tag is what makes everyone gush over her? Yeah, exactly. If Black Dwarf wasn't beautiful, I would ignore her and just keep Eternity. Like, even though Black Dwarf's kit is really good, I would just keep Eternity. Oh no, this character is Gucci. She is a DPS. She's a DPS in every way. She is not a support. She's straight up DPS. It would have been nice to have like a mineral like support, 6-star, but other than like Pickles, but yeah. Are there any other good mineral DPS for people who don't have Eternity besides Black Dwarf? No. That's the thing with it. That's the thing with mineral, which is why the argument was Eternity or Black Dwarf, because like those are the only two. Black Dwarf is the new mental damage mineral character, and then Nianzi is the reality damage mineral character. If she's a mineral support, she's gonna get wailed hard. But she's a DPS, so yeah. Have no beast units at all, so maybe I should get Shemaine. I mean, Shemaine's a pretty good character, yeah, if you're wanting to get some beast damage, because like I'd say because you could, if you go for Shemaine, then you could go for Getien in 1.6, and Getien and Shemaine work together as like two supports, where Getien kind of helps Shemaine be a little bit more of a DPS, and then Shemaine and Getien also help the other characters that you have in doing damage on a reality damage team. Funny enough. 1.6 will have a mineral raid, yes. Or 1.1 banners also getting reran, or just the event? I don't know about the banners. I don't know if they're gonna do rerun, because they don't talk about rerun standard banners. They don't really put this out. It's interesting that Getien works better with Shemaine than Spad. Well, it's because it's because Spad really wants to use Ulu, so like that's a spot that's taken for no reason. Like, honestly. And I mean, you could absolutely do Spathadia, Getien, Shemaine. And well, no, well, because see, the thing is that like one of the teams they showed was a really interesting team. And you know, they used Centurion. But like with having Getien, Shemaine, and Flannel, those are all three supports where Flannel can be a healer, and then Shemaine and Getien will help out like in supporting. So then the fourth character would be a reality damage character, right? Centurion fits better than Spathadia because Spathadia wants burn on all the characters to maximize her damage. Other than that, you're like, you know, you're just not getting the extra crit rate. But Spathadia would still hit really, really hard on that team. Don't get me wrong. But you would want to replace one of those amazing characters with Ulu to get Spathadia her like maximized crit and then to help her out, right? Whereas like Centurion would just be there to just do damage, right? Honestly. But like either way, both of them would be good, but like Shemaine just with Getien, because Getien gives crit damage. Shemaine loves crit damage, you know, so. Well, see, yeah, that's the thing, Waxies, because like, I mean, Waxel, like, so if you take out raids, right? Because raids isn't the only content in the game, right? So like with 37, when it comes to Star, if I told you, because like think of it like this, if I told you that 37, like if we're comparing a free-to-play player who has already a Regulus or a Charlie, and they're looking at 37, and I was like 37 will outperform them in the raid because of her Genesis damage. But then you were to ask me, okay, well, what about the other 80% of the game? I'm like, oh, well, Charlie will outperform 37, especially if you have Charlie with portraits and stuff like that. And Regulus will do also just fine. I know, Kenobi. But I'm talking percentage of the game. But like you said, it is the hardest. I just think it's ridiculous a little to pull for a character to complete a very small portion of the game that doesn't even offer that great of rewards. But I could be crazy. But again, bro, I be trying to help y'all save y'all gems for characters you want. But like for most people, the only reason why they're pulling 37 is to score high on the Hydra. because they want to hit S or double S or triple S. I mean, true. But you could also use the logic, if you can clear everything else in the game, you could also probably hit A or S rank in the raid. You know what I'm saying? Like, the raids have the same, like, Limbo and Utu be having mad mechanics too, so like the raid is literally like just do the mechanic and then just burst damage, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just like longer rounds. You get 30 rounds in it versus being like, you know, stuck down to having like 10 or 12 or whatever. But to min-maxers, A rank isn't beating raids. You're right. You're right. So, like, so am I gonna have to compete with, like, somebody who comes into chat and be like, oh, I'm a free-to-play, by the way, and I hit triple S, and you're a spender, and you only did 400,000 more than me. Like, I'm gonna have to deal with that now? Like, somebody who did, like, 130 tries, and they finally hit triple S, by getting the character and using all their gems to refresh and maximize the character, max out the level of the character probably, get some resonate, use some gluttonies, and do all of that extra effort to hit like the triple S, and they'll be like, yo, free to play, by the way, I did this. Did I use every single bit of my resource and overlevel my characters to do it? Yes, absolutely. But I triple S'd. And then they're going to have to try to do it for the next other raids. I feel like Nianzi, if you don't have a I feel like if you don't have a mineral character and you're wanting a mineral character, she's a decent mineral character to get, because yes, she has an ult that does mass damage, and if there's less enemies, it does single target, right? But if you already have an Eternity and then you're like, well, I can get Black Dwarf, then, like, you know, I have that. Because, like, picking up Black Dwarf, and if you have Eternity, then now you have mental and reality mineral characters. To wait 6 months, from now to get your first mineral character feels wild to me.
The flames of injustice.
I think if that's how people enjoy the game, let them. Oh no, enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. I will never down that. But I will absolutely talk to you if you come into my chat talking crazy, because then I will match your energy, right? Like, you know, I gotta match the energy. If you're gonna come at me, then now I will have to come at you, right? Because, you know, we've had the min-maxers come into the chat. So, like, you know, you can't give your opinions and then not let me give mine. How do raids work? Is it worth it? It's up to the person if it's worth it or not. So the way the raids work, so you have cumulative damage rewards, right? Yo, Conquer 1, thank you for the follow. That if you do, as long as you have a cumulative damage, like if you just do the raids multiple times, you get 2.5 million. You get these, which is like some purple mats, blue mats, some dust and sharp like that, right? Then you have the ranking rewards, right? My advice, which is what I've been telling everybody, is just shoot for A rank. If you're worried about if you have the character or not, right? If you're like, bro, I don't want to have to summon for the banner character because I'm saving, or you're just like, like my people just aren't as strong or whatever, just shoot for A rank, because that's where the gold and purple mats and stuff are. If A rank, everything else beyond is just blue, and then you get these right here, which is 3 days worth of farming, you know, your Psychube stuff. So like the amount of time and energy and investment into your characters to get to triple S for a lot of people who are free to play isn't worth the rewards. And as like Tinley said, like Limbo provides better things for you anyways, because like, you know, but again, this is the hardest content. Even though I think there's been some more challenging Limbos and Utus than some of these raids, but whatever. Yo, Matt Goldsmith, bro. If you got lucky, then you got lucky. Just the ones who have to go all the way to 40, that, yeah. Put on the thread because I don't want anyone coming up. Got Sylvie at 34. Poison Tea was happening. Yo, congrats, Cybernetic. I want to reach Triple S now because I want those Numa pieces. I mean, like 30 is pretty nice, right? Because Steam Bun was someone was telling me that this is because over the course of all 3 raids, it's 9 days worth of the Psychube stage. So every patch you'll save yourself, you'll get an extra 9 days worth of the mat every 42 days. And I was like, well, I mean, I guess like you know, you can think of it like that, but there's certain, you know, because like each boss has like different, you know, their different rewards. So but like there's just some bosses, I'm gonna be honest, like this guy right here, that is gonna rock most of you. He's the 3rd boss on the patch, and he's gonna rock most of you guys. Oh, it doesn't hurt to try, but I don't want I'm not saying don't try. I'm saying don't stress and feel FOMO. There's a difference. I don't want people feeling stressed out and getting FOMO and then using summons to try to get the character or try to get portraits to get a higher rank on the raid. I'm just like, because I don't want people getting frustrated and being like, oh my god, this is all whale content. I can only beat this if I have portraits on a banner character. I can't believe Blue Pock. Like, I'm trying to avoid like people, like anyone trying to start any drama on the raids by saying it's like whale content, or I can only do it if I get portraits, or they're forcing us to get the banner character. Like, I mean, obviously they're forcing you to get the banner character, but like, I'm just letting people know like what the rewards are and stuff ahead of time, so like that way that panic can be like relieved. If you focus on Limbo, that means AoE units are worth more than single target. I mean, yeah, in some ways, because like in Utu there's a lot of AoE situations, and then in Limbo there are too. I mean, there are those single target situations in Limbo and Utu, so you like kind of want to balance, but like, you know, you can do that by like using a different type of support or something like that, because they have like supports that have some really good single target damage, like Pure and Bloom. Even Pickles has some that's pretty decent. So like, I mean, you can supplement the extra damage you need with having your support. Like contingency in Arknights, you don't go beyond 18, but 30 plus to do, yeah. Yes, I'm talking value. Is it fun to push your limits? Yes. And since there is no limit to doing it, there's no harm in doing it. But like I said, I just wanted to show people the rewards. That way they know that if they can't hit it, they aren't missing out on anything, right? Like that's all. I just wanted y'all to see the rewards each time the raids come out. That way you're not like, oh, okay, good. They don't have gems at triple, because if there was gems at Triple S, then now there's a reason to kind of panic. Because then people are like, yo, I'm missing out on like 300 gems each boss. That's 900 gems per pass that I'm missing out on. Like, that would hurt a lot more, right? Because like that's like half a 10 pull just from like that would cause more panic, which I'm glad they didn't do it that way, right? But like, yeah, everything after A is just you pushing yourself, which I think is great. Yeah. So, because you got to remember, there's still casuals here. There are still casuals in R99. So making the raids have too good of rewards at the top would create a separation between people. Especially with the Kraken Dragon. The Hydra. I believe this guy is going to be much worse than the Hydra. But I could be wrong. And I'm only saying that because he's Spirit. I think this one is a little easier because you just have some AoE. And then you just get a Genesis damage character, honestly. Even Voyager does well. He just one-shots. In a different way. Like, you can kind of save yourself in a Hydra. This guy hit by Spadadilla for 9.5k. Oh, yeah. This one, he's literally just a punching bag. Is Lilia good? Lilia is good in combination with 37 for the AoE. Because you do want some AoE. But yeah, this guy just hits really hard when you get to like past A rank. He hits. And pay in mind, he hit me for 9.5 while I had extra defense from 6 and sturdiness from Med Pocket. So through all those defenses, he hit my Spadadilla for 9.5, and I think she like wasn't quite full health and just one-shot her. And I gotta study up on him a little bit more, but yeah, he just hits too hard, and you need that's why like in a lot of cases you just need a lot better defenses and stuff like that. Yeah, let me see. I can try it again. Let me see if I can try it again. So it's mostly a single target fight. So
competition first, burning second.
I'm not gonna bring Tooth Fairy because like I know a lot of people love Tooth Fairy, but she does nothing for me defensively. Like defensively, Tooth Fairy does nothing for me. I'd rather have the sturdiness, and I know a lot of people don't like Med Pocket, but the sturdiness from Med Pocket saves me in a lot of cases. And I already get passive healing from 6 on fine, and I get passive healing from her. So, isn't raid 3 times only? No. The 2 out of 3 is to double your score to help boost the accumulative damage. That's something completely different. I'll show you at the end.
Fair game.
The moment of silence.
Nice tactic. Sterilize. That's right.
Benefit from reading.
Crit Pocket's a great healer.
Like the lighter.
Wear gloves.
Very well. The wheel of flame. Anyone feeling cold?
I'm losing my patience.
Yeah, I just have to release the whole bunch of tunes.
Sterilize.
The moment of utterance.
Ready? That's right.
Oh.
Yeah, you're talking about the regular dude with the robots.
That hurts, huh?
Would you say? You guys gonna know? I do think that
So much for warm-ups.
I do think that Genesis damage is really strong, especially in raids.
This is the one. Feel it.
To where if you're in a situation where if the boss gets too tanky, Genesis damage ignores everything. I think that'll be really strong.
Soul has tilted. Needs to be restored.
But yeah, I think other than that though, a lot of these characters though that have like insane amounts of like crit damage and like what like gets you in and you know what gets you in and like Ezra and these other characters that boost crit can kind of do, they're kind of making like crit characters hit like some pretty high damage ceilings that other characters literally just can't hit to where like people just like big numbers. Like this is how it's gonna be.
Silver torch is lit.
But like characters that are universal, 6 is gonna be universal. And then like, you know, like Necro is really universal for a lot of people. And like I think the buffers are going to be the most important thing, just to kind of put all that thought together. Buffers are going to be more important than anything.
The moment of utterance.
Because DPS can just be replaced by a different DPS. But buffers are going to be wild. How many pulls for my P3? It's like 150. Yeah, it was 150.
Wear gloves.
Time to speak
ready.
of truth.
Go.
Oh, tie. Go, 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 puppy.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
The wheel of flame.
You win every 50-50? No, I didn't win. I actually lost. I actually lost a couple 50-50s. But I got like characters really close together. Like I got some a couple of them were like back to back. All right, we about to do a DPS. Okay, we about to do some damage here. All right, so let's buff up and hit the ult, and we're gonna do. Wait, no. Hit this. Oh, we're already buffed, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna buff again, and then we're gonna do this. Oh my god, and he has anti-heal on me because of course, and then we have the crit pocket go in. Alright, this is max damage ult. Like, see, seeing a 56k on an ult, it's pretty huge. Like, in terms of, like, you know, just like a character. Like, we're not even getting, like, oh my god, he's, like, lowering my attack a huge amount, too. He's literally countering my damage dealt. Wow, okay. So that actually wasn't max damage because he countered my damage. I just noticed that. Because this right here is the opposite of this, so he just lowered my damage dealt. So that was reduced damage ult right there. It was good, Baldwin. I mean, I like big numbers, I cannot lie. Alright, we got level 3 abilities. Let's go. I'm not quite ready for that ult, so we'll just do... Oh wait, well we could do this, and then ult. How do I decide what Psychube to get? I have that Inquisitive Deer, Brave New World, and Luxurious one. Want to get more for the 4th, but I don't know which one to get. I mean, it depends on what the characters you like have, because Hopscotch is a really good universal DPS one. And is my 6 at P0? Yeah, 6 is P0. And then you have I mean, honestly, her second life is good for an AoE ulter or a hopscotch. Alright, let's use one of these several level 3 abilities I have.
Benefit from reading.
Oh, hi.
Come on. Alright. Starting to hit a little hard. I'll use it next turn.
Wear gloves. Go! I'm losing my patience.
Crit pocket. Okay, bro.
I'm ready.
Come on, this is the one punch.
We walk in long nights. Scale of your soul has tilted. The balance.
I'm waiting to get my buff. Because remember, Spathity is a character where you want to use the buff before you attack. I'm waiting until I have my buff, and I'm waiting until I maximize damage. Alright, so now I can ult here. I need to refresh those.
So much for warm-ups. Ready?
Alright, and then you can refresh these to get new Spadadilla cards because she still has Empower Incantation. Alright, 40 or 35% damage up buff.
Freaking dumbass.
Oh my god. Alright, that's a 3-star buff right there. Actually, once he gets max, I think the only card I don't like being 3 stars is this one. Because once I get max, if I get one more Eureka on him, that gives me 3 more. Yes, okay. I think next turn, I should be able to get a stack from him. It's 9. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, so now that gives Empower Incantation. And I have the 3. Alright, and we still have the buff. Alright, we can get that, so we have a level 3 skill. We have, okay, we're already buffed up. Do this. The ult. Do this. The skill. Alright, so we're at 57k. And then buff again. Another 30k. That's like 87k in one little go. So we can go ahead and merge this card that we just got. We can go ahead and buff up again, give Empower Incantation. And then debuff and ult again. Again, Spadadilla is great for raids, but you gotta have the setup, unfortunately. But the boss is about to start probably one-shotting me here soon.
The balance needs to be restored.
Which is what I'm scared of. Yeah, Empower Incantation. But we get passive healing, which is really good. Let's go ahead and ult there.
I'm ready.
Ability there. Get that merge, we get ult next turn. Actually, I didn't really have to merge those because I have Empower Incantation. Ooh, this is all good stuff. And then we should upgrade one of these cards. Yo! This is why I love 6, bro. That's why I love 6. Am I buffed up? No. Alright, debuff. Up there. Let's go ahead and... Well... No.
The moment of silence.
Sterilize.
The moment of
Clear that debuff off of her. Buff. Yeah. Great kit. Alright, another 40k without even the buff. We got 10 turns to try to do a lot of damage. Ooh, another Empower incantation. Look at that. Let's go ahead and just get some damage out. Let's get some damage out.
We walk in long nights.
Oh, hi. Anyone feeling cold?
But yo, Baldwin, bro, how you been, bro?
Seeing stars?
How you been, Brody?
What are your manners?
Oh! Oh! Okay.
So much for warm-ups.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
So
It's
much
gonna
for
be
warm-ups.
okay.
Wear gloves.
It's gonna be okay.
Time for tongues to speak of
Oh my god, bro, I told you this boss. I told you this boss hits hard. This boss hits double hard, bro.
reading. The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be
Oh my god. Just leave me alone, bro. Come on, dog. Like, leave me alone. Okay. I'm not buffed up, but I gotta take him out.
Ready? Go! Time to go all out. Ready? Go! Come on.
Let's just get rid of this ult.
I'm ready.
Does the limbo reset tomorrow? I'm not sure.
And witness my victory!
Ugh. Spore damage ult. It does? Okay. Alright, we're into the next bar. Hey, baby. Hey. No. Not at all. Actually, that's not the worst thing ever.
the moment of utterance.
My tactic.
Time for ears to listen.
Ready?
We walk in long nights.
I think you've just been trying Anna Lee out, and she's really good. Oh, Anna Lee's amazing, bro. Yeah. Like, Anna Lee is amazing. I have her built up on global. She is so good. Oh my god.
So much for warm-ups.
Time for tongues to speak of truth.
Maximize the value of dumbasses.
Feel it. Feel the beating of your heart.
I'm required to buy Sid Skid at 1.6 to see the updated animations. Okay.
Needs to be
She's either res or die.
I'm losing my patience.
Bro, that's wild. I haven't gotten a single spaz buff in a while. Okay, here we go.
Maximize the value of dumbasses.
the moment of silence.
Come on. This is the one punch. Anyone feeling cold?
Yes, 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 Uzumaki, you're hearing that right.
Until the torch is lit.
You're hearing that right.
And witness my victory!
Come on, bro. Boss is getting too tanky. I have 4 turns. I can't get... Oh, I can't get it, bro. Let me see.
The moment of utterance.
That's right!
Where gloves?
Nice tactic!
Until the torch is lit.
Get out of here.
That hurts, huh?
Oh my gosh, this boss is so tanky.
Your manners.
Stay balanced.
Okay. Come on, bro. Come on.
Ready? Come on, this is the one punch. Go! Cheer and witness my victory!
Oh god.
A flame.
There's no way, bro. That ult just did 5k. Oh, looks like it's over.
That's right.
Looks like it's over.
Warm-ups. Go!
Looks like it's over.
Feel it. Feel the beating of your heart. Fireworks!
Yeah, bro. An ult that hit for 57,000.
Time to go all out. Hey!
And hey, bro. 704 though, new high. New high score. But yeah, see, what this does is it doubles the damage for this. That's what the 2 out of 3. Ugh. Look at 6's healing though. It's pretty good. And 8 ults. Used a lot. Did pretty good. Went from Superman to Yamcha? Exactly, bro. Like, what I try with 37? The problem is like if I don't build a, I mean, I'd have to build a team around 37, but I wouldn't get as much damage out because remember 37 is not a single target character, and this boss doesn't have as crazy defenses as Hydra. The Hydra boss, when you take out the sides, they actually do damage to the boss. And he scales in like high defense, the Hydra. And this one, like, I would lose out on a lot of single target damage, right? And I would have to feed a lot more Moxy to I'd have to feed more Moxy to 37. But I'll try it tomorrow. I'm about to end. I'll try it tomorrow with this. We'll do we'll try this team tomorrow. I'm not gonna do it right now because I gotta go. But we'll do this team tomorrow. One of these days I'll I3 my 30 my 37. I'll I3 my Lilia. All right, guys, it's been fun. It's been real. We're gonna do one summon here just to before we call it. Nope, didn't get lucky. All right. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you later. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow because I'm gonna be spending that day with my family. But you all see me Monday. Monday we'll be doing. Monday is gonna be Limbo, and then Utu. I still never finished Utu, so I got a lot of stuff to do with y'all. All right, guys, catch y'all later. You'll have a good one. Happy New Year's to everybody, because you won't see me. So happy rest of the year. I will see y'all next year. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna see y'all next year. Can't believe it, bro. It's gonna be so long, bro. We'll see y'all till next year. So, Jeroli said it. Yeah, see y'all next year, bro.